watched the South Park episode where I can't remember the priest's name, but he's a Catholic priest. I can't remember, but the Galgamex.
There's 3 feet wide and filled with regular coffee.
Conversation myself right now, but I hear Galactic, it's kind of comical because of the way our media has portrayed this stuff in the past. But then Federals, it sounds like Star Trek. And is that just a very deliberate and thoughtful cover-up? It's almost impossible for us to grasp concepts. But here's what he says in detail. It exists. I wrote about it even though it was perceived as a conspiracy theory. Even former senior generals are saying to publish. And Trump was on the verge of going public. Extreme professors are also saying, guys, tell. The whole thing about Trump is very interesting. Again, in my Hayem Eshed piece, I explained the timing of this interview and some events that happened in 2020 and 2019 that actually line up really well with the idea that Trump was going to say something. And I actually found more data on that recently. I believe it's John Ratcliffe. Just check this. John Ratcliffe, CIA director. Yeah. So he's now CIA director again. 2.0. Who would have thought this was going to happen? But heck. And John Ratcliffe, in an interview, I think just as he was leaving his post as CIA director, as Biden was coming into the White House, he talked about how they'd been trying to get more information out towards the end of Trump's presidency, but they weren't able to do everything they wanted to do. But they got some stuff out of this idea that Trump was trying to do some kind of disclosure.
He is the former director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe. I want to ask you about UFOs.
A report issued by the Pentagon, the Secretary of Defense, and the Director of National Intelligence. I actually wanted to get this information out and declassified before I left office, but we weren't able to get it down into an unclassified format that we could talk about enough. But frankly, there are a lot more sightings than have been made public.
But what's very interesting is, as we continue with what Hayem Eshed is saying, he talks about how the elites in the Federation didn't want this disclosure to happen. So he continues. But the elites are saying, wait, let's calm things down first. Don't publish yet, because you'll see what happens with you. You're still fighting each other. You'll destroy yourselves. It will create panic and collapse humanity. The markets will collapse. There will be nothing to eat. People will turn. Hospitals will shut down. All the dark impulses will come out. It could be the end, and they are not interested in that. The UFOs have asked not to advertise that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. There will be a great rampage by everyone. And what they did to guys like Galileo and Copernicus will happen again. They want to make a sane understanding first. So look, whatever you believe about what Hayem Eshed is saying, some reality to his description about how he talked about this. The Apostle Paul stated in Ephesians, "For we battle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against spiritual wickedness in high places." Now, there are people in the Western world who believe that stuff, the Collins elite, but there are also people in other countries who have different worldviews that have a similar perspective. This idea that there are dark forces that are out to deceive humanity. And so, by disclosing the reality of a non-human intelligence, many people will simply interpret it in that lens. And given the fact that these intelligences are very likely going to challenge a lot of worldviews which we grip onto so tightly as a collective human organism, it's not impossible that there will be a kind of reaction to this news. I don't think what Hayem Eshed is saying here is out of the ordinary. Whether or not it came from the Galactic Federation of Aliens and the Gal is a different thing. The question, really, I'm being joking. Frankly, in a strange world, given everything that's going on, my belief is we are probably in contact with the non-human intelligence. And what Hayama Shed says next about the intelligences, I find deeply fascinating. I'm going to throw a few things here to go to this next way. He talks about the fact that there are 9 entities of advanced civilizations. Here it is. Between the US government and the aliens. I can't prove it. I understand it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but the understanding is that in the galactic there are 9 entities of advanced aliens who signed a contract with us to conduct experiments here. I've actually heard some really interesting stuff from Peter Lavender, also Lou Elizondo, talking about this idea of a contract, saying it doesn't really make any sense with non-human intelligence. How do you enforce a contract with a superior intelligence that you have no control over? It's a bit of a preposterous idea. Remove the idea of signing a contract, replace it with, and maybe you can understand that. But what I find very interesting is this idea that this Galactic Federation is composed of 9 different kinds of entities. It's interesting because this idea of 9 comes up again and again in the world's lore. So, for example, there's a lot of stuff going on about the Bledsoes at the moment, and I'm really interested in them, and I want to make a piece on them at some point because the things they say are frankly remarkable, and it gives us a lot more insight into what's going on. So I hear more stuff about the Bledsoes. But Chris Bledsoe, who had this remarkable experience, the CIA, NASA, and even the MOD here in England to study him because they take him very seriously. They seem to believe there's some credibility to what he's saying, and what he claims is that he was contacted by the lady, and there are some of you out there who are probably quite familiar with the idea of this lady who appears in UFO lore, not just through the decades, but throughout the centuries. This is a recurring theme. And this lady claims to be Hathor, an ancient Egyptian goddess. Now, in the ancient Egyptian sort of pantheon and the deities associated with Hathor, that idea of there being 9 deities is quite a big theme and something worth paying attention to. But the other angle with the 9 that I think is the 9 that Peter Lavender has covered quite extensively. This is from, I believe it was in the 50s, that the scientist Andrea Paharich basically held seances where the intellectual and cultural elite of the northeastern United States would get together and they would channel entities, and they were basically having this ongoing communication with these beings that they called the 9, who represented this non-human intelligence that wanted to connect with humanity. Why 9? I don't know, but here we are again. 9 entities of advanced aliens of various types. Now, with the story of Andrea Paharich, there are reasons to take that very seriously today, but I definitely recommend reading Peter Lavender's works is to get a bit more of a deep dive on that, or Annie Jacobson's book Phenomena also has a big chunk on that in there as well. Well, the US Army took that very seriously, some substance to those people and the things they were saying. I'll prove the entity encounter to. Now, I want to move on to the next point because I think it's the most startling, strange, and controversial thing that Hayama Shed says. If you can believe there can be anything more controversial than what we've covered, so I've got to be careful about how I say this because I know YouTube has just that they'll apply if I say certain words, but you'll remember it was only a few years ago the entire world slowed down dramatically because of a global health crisis, which required us all to take some pretty severe actions. It had a name. I'm going to say the name out loud, but I'm going to have to beep it. The coronavirus has calmed down, and it's bringing us closer to them. Let me just repeat that. The coronavirus has slowed down, and it's bringing us closer. Let me do the newsreader shuffle. I never heard any whistleblower with serious cojones come out and say such a thing, but I do find it interesting. And let me just tie tie a few things together here, and I'm going to sound conspiratorial, but I'm going to tie things together. In 2015, 2016, this UFO disclosure began. It was unprecedented, it was strange, it was unusual. Up until that point, we've been encouraged from all angles to believe that UFOs and non-human intelligences were more ideas. And suddenly, we were being encouraged to think the opposite. This represented a seismic shift in not only our lifetimes but history. Exactly that moment, pretty much, we had a global pandemic. Now listen, I am totally open to the idea that those two things are not related. But I also think it's important to be open to the idea that they could be. Having a face-to-face relationship with non-human intelligences, is it possible that there would need to be some biological preparation in order to make that happen? When the explorers, the settlers, I actually don't know what the proper academic term is, but the people from Europe and sailed over to America, when they first were Americans, many people who lived in America at the time, the negative exposure to bugs and viruses that these people from Europe brought into America exposed them problems their bodies had never been exposed to before, and it caused just mass death to, I don't know what the numbers are, but to huge swathes of the population. And all this happened accidentally. It turns out that if you have different groups of biological creatures, or even the same species, but they've not been exposed to each other, there is a risk that we might spread a virus that the other species may not be able to tolerate. Now look, this is total conjecture, but when I hear Hayem Ashed say this, and you're trying to make sense of it, there is this idea that what if we need to be inoculated, or what if we need to have our some way for the possible mass presence of a non-human intelligence? Total speculation, but let me put the ball back. I've just gone off on a wild tangent. What do you think might have meant by this? Let me just read it again. The virus has calmed everything down and is bringing us closer to them. Okay, next up. There are thousands of stars with conditions similar enough to ours, and serious scientists have identified and documented dozens of life forms, although our mainstream doesn't accept this. The closest to us are which are grey creatures with big eyes, like we saw in Spielberg. It is likely that initial contact will be made with the greys, the beings who are closest to us. A few points I want to make here. Firstly, absolutely agree. There are thousands of exoplanets, and indeed, even in our own solar last few years, we've discovered that there is very ocean under. There's very likely ocean planets, Neptune and Uranus. If you haven't heard that, Google it because it's true. There are also very likely oceans underground on multiple Saturn and Jupiter. There are conditions for life everywhere. Decade, that wasn't the reality. So we are living in a world where Hayem Ashed's statements are only being proven to be more and more correct over time. So all power to you, Hayem Ashed. However, the statement that scientists have documented dozens of different, I assume, intelligent life forms, I think is unhelpful in the context of this, especially when there's no reference or link in the original article that I can point to. Not helpful for the disclosure conversation, even if it is true. And finally, this idea that the greys are the beings who are closest to us. That's interesting. I never assumed that to be the case. I always assumed they were, well, not assumed, but based on testimony from biological robots. Which brings us back to Mars. He says, there is underground base in the Martian mantle and American astronauts. Did you see these? Can't remember the exact name. If I was afraid, so I'm not going to Google it. Took a lot of photos. In fact, they took a hell of a lot of photographic imagery someone looking at almost endless number of photographic frames, identified one, which I'll show on screen, which looks very, very, very much like a square structure on the surface of Mars. Now, is that evidence that there is intelligent life on the planet? Absolutely not, but very interesting given all which was. I'd say something, anonymous person on the other side of the internet. I actually do believe this. I know that might sound crazy, but I'll tell you why. Geopolitical conflict. Every major superpower has a motivation for secrecy. There is absolutely no reason why America, China, Russia, or any other power in the world would articulate clearly to the planet's abilities in terms of space travel, in terms of technology, in terms of aerospace, in terms of anything fantastical they might be able to do. By articulating out loud, they will reveal that technology to their adversaries who can then exploit it for their own benefits and motivations. For that reason alone, secrecy is fundamental to our modern political culture. And therefore, I think it's not out of the realm of possibility a secret space program. Alongside this, publicly state that the available information about our current space western world, there is a completely secretive operation that runs in parallel, which it's been half a century since we went to the moon. Technology stretching all the way back to World War II. I don't think it's out of the question. We have the ability to travel on, and we might be down for saying that multiple other people from within the government have made statements to a similar effect about Mars and about our presence there. I don't have time to bring them all up today, but I don't think it's out of the question. How it all worked, I don't know. Can I tell you with absolute certainty that it's real? No. Do I have scientific data? I'm saying no. Or different testimony that indicate that human beings have in fact Mars. And there are some very interesting articles that came out around the time the Rothschild sent it that seemed to be encouraging us to believe that you could build an underground base on Mars and it wouldn't be that hard. And even since then, we've recently been told that there is very likely an underground ocean on Mars. Increasingly rate of information indicates that life, or indeed still does, exist on red planets. You can call me crazy all you want, but we live in a very strange and crazy world, my colleagues from the other side of the internet. Now, there's a lot of extra stuff here that I'm not going to go through today. A lot of it is about how UFOs work and about how they don't move through space around them. But there is a couple of extra points that I think are really interesting to touch on. Rothschild says Musk, he's a genius. If you sit down with him, you might feel a bit like me. He's a bit of a slob, but he lives this, and his company, SpaceX, is connected to the alien issue. I know Elon Musk and his actions and his political activism are up for a lot of discussion. People have very strong perspectives about him, and indeed I do as well. However, putting all of that aside, one of the questions that has proliferated in the UFO community over many, many years has been, why does Elon Musk seem to poo-poo, to use the English vernacular, the idea of a non-human intelligence? Why isn't he interested and why isn't he taking it seriously in the discussion which has been blossoming over the last decade? I have wondered about this, and I wonder if you've wondered about too. Recently, whilst I was doing a deep dive on the Bledsoes, he came up again. And this time I got some quite different information. This time, that information came obviously second and third hand through the Bledsoes about this man called Timothy Taylor. Now, some of you probably know who Timothy Taylor is, but I'm assuming some of you don't. So let me give you a very short piece of background here. When the Bledsoes had their experiences, like I've mentioned a few times in the video, many government agencies became deeply interested in them, and this is documented, and many of these people have come out and said, yes, I went to visit them, and we did interview them because we are concerned about what's going on there. These are people from the CIA and from the Ministry of Defense and from many different places. I think they said from pretty much every government agency came along. One of the government agencies was NASA. And there's an individual that they ended up having a long-term relationship with called Timothy Taylor. This person is shrouded in mystery. I do a deep dive on the Bledsoes. I will talk about this individual. They seem to be deeply interwoven into the various people who occupy what appears to be the core of the UFO disclosure movement. He is mysterious, he doesn't do interviews, he remains someone there are already photographs of. The individual is palpably a person in NASA, so very seriously in the whole segment. If I remember correctly, it was confirmed via the Bledsoes that Timothy Taylor had told them that Elon Musk indeed was aware of this issue. And the Bledsoes had been told, again, by people at NASA, that when you launch something up into space, there are things out there that may interrogate it, check it, and make sure that it's not some kind of weapon, because they're basically guarding our entry to space and making sure that we don't try and weaponize it. Again, if you've never heard of any of this stuff, you are going to think, wow, Jason, you sure do like to spin a yarn, but I'm going to have to make a piece about the Bledsoes one day and articulate this stuff. But what's really important here is this idea that if this is indeed a process where that if they launch the wrong stuff into space, it'll get shot down or tampered with, then surely that would mean that anybody who launches stuff into space, like Elon Musk, would need to be aware to some degree about what's possible and what isn't. How did you get access to this place?
Okay, so Tyler having amazing access, he's a guy who can get through an airport, like didn't have to go through TSA, who the IRS never audited. So he seemed to be above the law. So I described him in American Cosmic. I was amazed by this person. I was impacted because I didn't even know they existed. But part of what he did was he troubleshooted. I remember during a SpaceX launch that was crashed. And I think this was in 2008. It was crashed. His phone was going off. Astronauts, like all these people are like, what? You know, what? How do we fix this? He was like a guy who fixed crashed stuff. So
certain stories being woven together, but he this is connected to the issue, which ties very nicely with the entire Bledsoe narrative and weaving. And it actually ties into the final point that I want us to talk about today. Some of Chaim Shed's final statements in the interview. Go to space, your consciousness changes. If you go into space, you come back different. Your image is different. Ask any astronaut who has been there. And finally, let me just tie that in with another piece from earlier on in the interview. The aliens, the Federation, have been waiting until today for humanity to develop and reach a stage where we will even understand what space and spacecraft are. Okay, so on the one hand, we said the same. From this location, over 100 kilometers or 150 kilometers into the boundary of space, your consciousness changes. And then here we have this idea that human beings don't understand. There's something about the way we think about space and about physics. Well, we don't understand what space is, spacecraft are. I've always found this very interesting. It's not like saying, oh, you know, we just need to have a revolution. That's one thing to say. It's now what space. And then when you go to space, your consciousness changes. Because what this does is it adds this kind of mystical element to our notion of space. It's not just a vacuum that you travel through a boring space where nothing happens, but to the interesting stuff. The concept is it's beautiful, but it's somehow provocative to our deep being. That it brings out a part of us, that brings us alive in some kind of way. I don't know if you've heard these stories about people who've gone to space and they've come back transformed. I'm thinking of Edgar Mitchell, particularly when he was talking about his experiences of going off planet and coming back, and how transformative it was. And of course, we can all imagine what it's like to look back at it, and to look back and to realize that everything you've learned and every fight that's ever happened on this dot in front of you. That's a remarkable thing. I can understand that might change you, but what Chaim Shed is saying here is that your consciousness changes, that you change in some fundamental to understand what space is. At the very end of the interview, final statement, which I think is, if you understand that your consciousness builds the structures, you will say, what do I have to fight with it? I contribute my part. I advance. In the end, I am part of the fabric. I believe that humanity will stop worrying about pettiness and rise to the next level. 10 years from now, we will see a different consciousness. Look, whenever you think about Hayem Ashed, and I think it's wonderful to open this up because people don't pay enough attention to the things they said, and like I said, I think he is quite a credible person, given his career, given the fact that he never translated his book or has done any. He doesn't seem to be motivated by profit, which makes all of this very interesting. But whenever you think about this, we are going through, I think, by and this. On one hand, we're going through where human society, human technology, everything about humanity is being transformed into something very negative. I recently had to swap to a new smartphone, which at the operating level, this phone literally blocks me from using certain addictive apps because I found myself becoming just like a machine. I just wake up, pick up my phone, get locked into an endless scroll, put it down and feel like a zombie. That's just one way in which we're losing our humanity. In a previous video, I talked about how the birth rates are about how we're increasingly meddling with the human genome. We seem destined to engage in this endless geopolitical conflict. Our politics is not giving. All our organizations and businesses are driven solely for profit, and that motivation for profit and power has only got more palpable in our culture over the last number of years. And all of this is leading to massive problems in terms of artificial intelligence, which will develop unregulated for the benefit of the billionaire class, and with massive risks, existential risks, potentially to humanity. All the while problems emerging. I do see a very positive spiritual transformation occurring. I think this conversation is part of that. We are no longer simply looking at the world and saying, what can I get from it? We're looking at this, who are we all doing here? I think that's a really good view. It's nice that we can talk and speculate and raise our consciousness up, but it's just the beginning. Hayem Ashed said that 10 years from now we will see a different consciousness, and I made that comment about how it's nearly 2030. Well, guess what? It's 2025, and Jake Barber has just come out talking about how you can use your consciousness to engage with UAP and control them remotely. Let me repeat that. The latest UFO whistleblower, who is like a former special operator and his Green Beret buddies, are talking about how you can use your mind to basically telepathically control one of these objects, to summon them is a word. Summoning is being used increasingly. All the while, over the last few months, the telepathy tapes have come out. If you haven't listened to that podcast, I implore you to do so. It is remarkable. It tells the story about how non-verbal autistic children are, it appears to be the case, able to communicate telepathically, that is mind to mind. If you don't believe me, I won't take any offense. I understand it sounds. Listen to the podcast. Meanwhile, there is all of this evidence that came out a number of years ago about remote viewing and about how that was proven to be highly effective, and then it was disbanded and diffused into different government agencies and even more secret programs. And then there's all this stuff about surviving death and about past lives. And Jane's book a few years ago, I was astonished to see the anecdotal information. All of this information is trickling out. All of it is coming into our collective consciousness. And I do think that maybe it won't be 2030, but we are on a journey to see our consciousness transformed. And hopefully it'll happen so that we can transcend the chaotic destruction that is going on around our world and our politics and on our planet. And we'll be able to start asking these bigger questions. And who knows, maybe the Galgamex, the Galactic Federation, will extend a hand and finally tell us that we're allowed to understand what's really going on. I don't know the truth about what Hayem Ashed was saying. I don't know what his motivations really were. But if I had to have a conclusion, I would say this. suspect he believes this. And given who he is, that is very, very interesting.
So important. 20.
Aliens, isn't it?
Also, before you start doubting his words, the 87-year-old was clear in his recent interview with the Ethiopian News that he's not immigration, but rather about galactic federation, complete with an underground base on where there are and alien representatives apparently present. He also explains that President Trump knows about them and is on the verge of disclosing their existence, only to be persuaded not to by the Federation.
Okay, spoiler alert. We did find him, however, but we did find out some interesting information nonetheless. He made these claims in an article at Corona, which is a Tel Aviv book. He disappeared. Not seen in public, on TV, huge production to give any news since. So what happened to Ian? And why is he such an important figure? Well, in order to first understand his credibility, we need to understand where he came from and his background. Rothschild is an Israeli professor of aeronautics and astronautics, a retired brigadier general in the Israeli military intelligence, and the author of the space program to the Israeli military. For nearly 30 years in that role, he launched 20 Israeli-made satellites and is considered the father of the Israeli. He also chaired the Space Committee of the National Council of Research and Development and served on the steering committee of the agency. He made those comments in 2020. So why is his name being recently when we're talking about it again? It could well be because of somebody called Colonel Carl Now.
What you're saying is really consequential and very important, and I know that a lot of people here even perhaps may not believe that statement. Well, probably a better way to ask the understand this phenomenon. There's sort of two trends here, from the data that have very high level access to information. Like Paul Hellyer, who was the defense chief for Canada, has come out and said the same. We've Eshed, the head of Israel's, former head of Israel's Space Force, has said the same thing. Chris Mellon, Deputy Assistant Secretary for has essentially said the same thing.
And they're credits in with position to know he is in the space age of Israel. So where did he go? He just disappeared. So I reached out to Rothschild and asked for an interview. I got a read, but not a box. I then contacted Hagar. Hagar is his friend and the author of the book. I said, "Hi Hagar, I'd like to talk about the universe beyond the horizon a conversation with Professor Hayamished. She replied, "Hi Jimmy, thank you, but Professor Hayamished is not giving interviews." I clarified, "I understand. Will you be prepared to discuss your book with me?" Jimmy. So she's not talking. I also tracked down the publishing company, Cater Publishing, or Keter Publishing. That's weird, right? Why would a publishing company responsible for making money not want the UAP Files podcast or any other news organisation to promote their book, to sell books? It's just good business. We've got a good 200,000 followers and subscribers across all of our platforms, Instagram, Substack, Spotify, etc. It makes not one of the UAP. I clarified. "Hi Hager, I understand. Will you be prepared to discuss your book?" Fascinating. Thanks, Jimmy. To which she replied, "I am on news." So she's not talking. I also backed down the publishing company, Cater Publishing, or Keter Publishing. That's weird, right? Why would a publishing company talking? I also tracked publishing company, Cater Publishing, or Keter Publishing. That's responsible for making not other podcasts promote their book, to sell books. It's just good business. We've got a good 200,000 followers and subscribers across all of our platforms, Instagram, Substack, YouTube, Spotify, etc. It makes sense to talk about a book, a renewed interest. Carnell's now talking about it. Make some money, right? I mean, that's publishing, that's promotion, but silence, nothing has changed. So established that Hayamished doesn't want to talk. That Hagar, who wrote the book, the Universe Beyond the Horizon, Conversations with Hayamished, she doesn't want to talk. And the publishing company that put this book out, Keter Publishing, they don't want to talk either. I find this really strange. We're not going to be able to solve that question in this video, unfortunately. I've tried my best. I've tried to contact everybody that I can, and as you can see, I'm not getting very far. So let's put that aside for a second. What are these claims? Haya makes 5 core claims in the book. First being the existence of the Galactic Federation. He says that there is a galactic of various extraterrestrial species that have been in contact with Earth for years. This organisation aims to understand the fabric of the universe and has agreed to the states. A secret cooperation, the US has entered into secret agreements with the Galactic Federation. First time I heard about the cooperation with the previous Canadian Defence Minister Paul Elliott, who did media tour on that long ago talking about the Galactic Federation and what the government knows about UFOs.
UFOs are as real as the airplanes flying over our heads.
Because I know they've been visiting this side for thousands of years, and there's what is called a federation of these people.
A galactic federation, no doubt. So moving on, underground bases on Mars. Now, Ian says that there are secret underground bases on Mars where American astronauts and alien representative research. Now, this is an interesting one because more recently we've been seeing things coming out of NASA, new discoveries. Mars and the Moon have underground tubes so big they can host astronaut bases. So artificial intelligence is uncovering ground caves, not to mention reservoirs of liquid water found deep in the Martian rocks. So moving on, presidential knowledge. He alleges that several US presidents, like the Eisenhower and Donald Trump, were all extraterrestrial. However, this information is secret to prevent mass hysteria. Humanity is not yet ready for that kind of It had been set up in 1952, initially stood up by President Harry Truman. Project Bluebird was set to apparently investigate UFO sightings and reports of extraterrestrials, and it was run by consultant and astronomer J. Allen Hynek, who ran for 17 years. On top of this, the first ever director of the CIA helicopter wrote to Congress in a letter dated February the 22nd, 1960. He made this statement whilst President Eisenhower was still president. Now, in this letter to Congress, the CIA director wrote that he believed that some of the UFOs could indeed be intelligently controlled vehicles, and that high-ranking Air Force officers were soberly concerned about UFOs. Through official secrecy and ridicule, many citizens were led to believe the unknown flying objects were nonsense, although he did not speculate on the origins of Congress publicly. So not a lot from power about Trump.
Is before we go, one of the things you have as president is the access to all the information in the world, all mysteries out there. And I was just struck in the last couple of weeks reading more and more reports of Navy pilots seeing lots and lots of UFOs. Have you been on that? What do you think?
I think it's probably whatever they think. They do say ain't seeing UFOs. Do
you think you extraterrestrial?
Well, I think our great pilots, and some of them really see things that are a little bit different than in the past. So we're going to see. But we'll watch it. You'll be the first to know.
Before you leave office, would you let us know if there's aliens? Because this is the only thing I really want to know. I want to know what's going on. Would you ever open Roswell and let us know what's really on there?
Somebody to me that question.
Sounds almost ridiculous, but it's actually the real question I want to know.
It's a cute question, but it's actually, there are millions and millions of people that want to go there, that want to see it. I won't talk to you about what I know about it. It's very interesting.
During Trump's first term, he also established the Space Force to confirm the authenticity of some UFO-related videos released by the Pentagon. But that's about it. Nuclear catastrophes. IAM's final claim is that the aliens have intervened in human affairs to prevent nuclear disasters, and that their advanced technology has been observed and studied by Earth's governments for decades. Okay, so they're the key claims that were in the book and shared across the world in multiple different news outlets. Now, there's a possibility that the reason he's gone quiet is because his comments have been misrepresented. So I tried to find made by either the author of the book or the publishers. The only thing that I found is this. Author Hagar Yanni wrote on Facebook shortly after the book was released. This book, that I cite as a notebook, was received with a great media noise that is the wild fantasy of every writer. A week after the publishing, Jimmy Kimmel dedicated an opening monologue to him at the NBC network, turned to the White House, the Pentagon, and NASA to get responses to him. News channels all over the world are about Professor Rothschild. Every day we accept requests for interviews from media tours in Israel and around the world. I repeat, Professor Rothschild is not interviewable on this site. The book was written to inspire youth to explore the wonders of the universe we live in. Professor Rothschild believes that humanity has hope if we understand that we need to calm down, respect each other, and invest in education of young people. This morning he told me that he wants to light the way for people that there's hope, especially through education. These are his deep beliefs, and everything is media. Here is much. Well, it seems like she's saying that it's been taken out of context, and that while made, and that people have been mocking for example, was opening monologue that Donald Trump would be something like the collaboration, talking to politicians and not to say anything because humanity's not quite ready yet. I mean, that's quite a specific thing that you think she can clarify. Is that true or is that not true? What part of it's been taken out of context? She's not doing that. What I find the strangest is that when she's been offered the opportunity to come on and talk about her book, not just with me, but with other people out there, and there have been lots she's turned them down. Now, as an author, you're not going to be making a ton of money, but a renewed interest in your book could sell. Now, an example of this, we've got, like I said earlier, around across all of our platforms. You follow this podcast. I appreciate we don't get those kind of views on the podcast, but even so, a few hundred books, 1,000 books, that's a lot in a pocket for a family. I get that high-end probably doesn't get a kickback from that because he's the subject of the book as opposed to the author. But why would publishers and why would want to have a renewed interest in the book and make some extra money? That doesn't make any sense. Look, we're not going to be able to this space, but I thought it was interesting to try and figure out what their mindset would be back into it. But there isn't. That's the end of it. Thanks for watching. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you later. Thanks for being here. We dive into intriguing and controversial stories. Today, we explore the extraordinary claims made by Haim Shed, the former head of Israel's space security program, about the existence of aliens and their interactions with Earth. Each of his specific claims in this video. Thanks for being here. Later, welcome to Radio Files. Haim Shed served as the head of Israel's Defense Ministry's space director for nearly 30 years. With a career awards, Shed is a respected figure in the field of space security. He's a visiting professor of aeronautics and astronautics at various technology and a general in Israeli military intelligence. He was director of space programs for Israel Ministry of Defense for nearly 30 years and is the former chair of the Space Committee of the National Council for Research and Development for the Ministry of Science, Technology and Space, and a member of the Steering Committee of Israel's Space Agency. Shed is responsible for the launch of 20 Israeli-made satellites. He's widely cited as the father of Israel's space program. In 1967, Shed was awarded the Chief of Staff Citation, the highest non-combat decoration awarded by the Israeli Defense Force. And during his career, he also received the Israel Defense Prize, the highest civilian defense aid of Israel, 3 times. The reasons remain classified. He served at the highly secretive Unit 81, which provided technological solutions to the IDF's Military Intelligence Directorate. And in 2020, he became notable for promoting a UFO conspiracy theory, claiming that the world governments were working with aliens. He retired in 2011 and was dismissed in Israeli media as the father of Israel's space. This made headlines worldwide when he claimed that aliens are real for years. Agreements were initially reported by Israel's Yediat Aharonot newspaper and subsequently covered by major international news outlets, including the Jerusalem Post and the Independent. This is the Jerusalem Post article. Links are all in the description. Former Israeli space security chief says aliens, humanity not ready. This galactic federation has supposedly been in contact with Israel and the U.S. for years, but are keeping themselves a secret to prevent hysteria if humanity is ready. That's why they haven't told us yet. We're not ready. Let's break down the specific claims made by Haim Shed. Shed claims that a galactic federation of aliens exists and has been in contact with world governments, particularly the United States. And this federation, according to Shed, has been working with these governments to study and understand the fabric of the universe, what space is and what spaceships are. One of his most
astonishing claims is that there is a secret under Mars where he says American astronauts, alien representatives collaborate. They work together in an underground base. It's that aliens have played a role in preventing nuclear disasters on him. Have helped avert potential. Schitt's fourth claim is that former U.S. President Donald Trump was aware of the aliens' existence and was supposedly on the verge of revealing this information to the public. However, the Galactic Federation reportedly stopped him, arguing that humanity is not yet ready for such a revelation. They believe that revealing their existence prematurely could cause hysteria on the planet. It would cause mass hysteria. It would cause a lot of issues for our government's been keeping it alive for the past 8 years. But what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. When asked why he chose to reveal this information now, back in 2020, Shed explained that the academic landscape had changed significantly. He feels that his reputation and the shift in academic and public discourse provide a safer environment for his claims. He said, if I'd come up with what I'm saying 5 years ago, I would have been hospitalized. I don't know if that's necessarily true. 2015. Schitt's claims are further detailed in his book, The Universe Beyond the Horizon, by Professor Chaim Shed. In it, he elaborates on how alien prevented nuclear apocalypses and when humanity visited aliens. Referencing popular culture phenomena like the Men in Black, when we understand space and spaceships are, which is quite interesting, meaning we don't know what they are now. While the Schitt's claims are extraordinary, they've been met with skepticism. They have undoubtedly sparked conversation about the possibility of extraterrestrial life and its interaction with Earth. I made a video recently about the Minister of Defense for Canada, Hilliard, actually saying the same thing, that there is alien life on Earth. There's at least 4 separate species. And here, Chaim Shed has been in the space director and lead of it for 30 years. In Israel, their intelligence knowledge is number 1, right? Should be top of a nation on this Earth, I believe. The Israeli intelligence doesn't know it, but then who does? So he was in lead of the space directorate for 30 years, and also a big part of military intelligence. He received 3 highest level awards he can give to a civilian in Israel. I mean, he's like a hero of Israel. So for him to come out and say this is pretty amazing. Also, so with everything we've heard from David, there are agreements in place. David Grush has said it, he would like to really know. That's one of his main questions, is what are the agreements, details? So it makes sense that there is a galactic federation, so or a group of extraterrestrials that we're interacting with sort of align with David Grush's claims. It would also show why they've been so interested in our nuclear sites, our nuclear missiles, all the silos. Robert Solis's claim that they Jacobs' claim that a ICBM missile test was interfered with by a flying saucer. This could also explain why the Galactic Federation is more organized than we could even really consider. They're not letting us get the actual information, the actual videos and photos, the hard evidence that everyone's claiming for. Could be because it's an actual organized group, the Galactic Federation. What do you guys think of Chaim Shed's claims? They seem extraordinary to me. Do you think we do have a base on Mars where we have actual NASA astronauts working alongside aliens, as is by supposed whistles? He's a high guy, still respected. And like he said, he's already won all the awards. He's not worried about his credibility, so that's why he's speaking out now. Amazing stuff. Thank you. Please hit the like button. Consider subscribing to get future notifications of when I release videos. And you might like video recommended by you. If you want to support the channel, join these great people over here. Get exclusive bonus content. This button here. patreon.com/Preslato or become a YouTube member. If you want to continue the discussion, go to UAP Society Discord. Links are all in the description. Have a great rest of your day. Peace.
As the former head of Israel's space security program, Chaim Eshed shook the world when he revealed the existence of a galactic federation in December 2020. His claims, made in an interview with the Israeli newspaper Yediot Aharonot, sparked widespread interest and speculation about the possibility of extraterrestrial contact and advanced alien civilizations. However, in the aftermath of his revelation, Eshed's life took unexpected turn, with praise and skepticism following community and government officials. While some hailed him as a brave whistleblower shedding light on one of the mysteries of our time, others missed his claims as baseless or delusional. Critics pointed to the lack of concrete evidence supporting Eshed's assertions and questioned the credibility of his sources. Nevertheless, Eshed's revealed a global conversation about the search for extraterrestrial life and the possibility of stellar diplomacy. In the immediate aftermath of his disclosure, Chaim Eshed faced intense media scrutiny and public attention. He was inundated with interview requests from journalists and media outlets, eager to hear more about his claims and the implications they held for humanity. Eshed found himself thrust into the spotlight, with his every word dissected and analyzed by both believers and skeptics. Despite the newfound fame and attention, Eshed remained steadfast in his convictions, standing by his claims and defending them against criticism. He reiterated that his information came from credible sources within the Israeli government and military establishment, although he stopped short of providing details or evidence to substantiate his claim. However, as the initial fervor surrounding Eshed's revelation began to subside, he faced new challenges and obstacles in his personal and professional community, questioned his credibility, and accused him of spreading misinformation or promoting pseudoscience. About the potential impact of his claims on public perception and the broader discourse surrounding the search for extraterrestrial life. In addition to facing skepticism and criticism, Ed also encountered resistance from within the Israeli government and military establishment. While he initially claimed that he had been given permission to disclose certain information about the existence of the Galactic Federation, subsequent statements from Israeli officials suggested otherwise. Some within the government distanced themselves from Eshed's claims, emphasizing that his views did not represent the official position of the Israeli state. As the controversy surrounding Eshed's disclosure continued to unfold, he found himself grappling with the fallout and the implications it held for his reputation and legacy. While he remained committed to his beliefs and continued to advocate for greater transparency and openness regarding extraterrestrial phenomena, he faced an uphill battle in gaining widespread acceptance and credibility within the scientific community. Despite the challenges and obstacles he faced, Chaim Eshed remained undeterred in his quest to uncover the truth about the existence of extraterrestrial life and the nature of humanity's place in the cosmos. Following the revelation of this information later, Chaim Eshed inexplicably disappeared. The intriguing of this event has piqued the interest of individuals delving into the realm of the unexplained, as it stands out as one of the most widely circulated accounts concerning unidentified phenomena and extraterrestrial existence. It is highlighted that Chaim Eshed, the central figure in this narrative, holds significance beyond an ordinary individual. Chaim Eshed, the esteemed position of an Israeli visiting professor specializing in aeronautics and astronautics, contributes expertise to multiple cutting-edge space technology research establishments. Retired Brigadier General Chaim Eshed, who served in the Israeli military intelligence, held the prestigious position of Director of Space Programs within the Israel Ministry of Defense for an extensive period spanning close to 3 decades. Moreover, He also bore the responsibility of chairing the Space Committee of the National Council for Research under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Space. Notably, he role as a member of the steering committee of the Israel Space. Eshed's illustrious career in the defense sector, particularly in the realm of space exploration and technology, exemplifies his profound expertise and invaluable contributions to advance Israel's capabilities in regards to space. With the SIG Israel space endeavor, Eshed has played a pivotal role in 20 satellites that were manufactured within the country. Regarded as a key figure in the development of Israel's space initiatives, he is often recognized as the father of Israel's space program. In 1967, Eshed was honored with the Chief of Staff citation, which stands as the most prestigious non-combat commendation granted by the Israel Defense Forces. Over the course of his professional journey, he was thrice bestowed with the Israel Defense Prize, the highest civilian defense accolade of the State of Israel. However, the specific grounds for receiving this distinguished recognition are shrouded in confidentiality, as they have been designated as classified information. During his tenure, Eshed worked within the clandestine Unit 81, a division dedicated to offering advanced technological innovations tailored to the operational needs of the Israeli Defense Forces Military Intelligence Directorate. Individuals who have conducted thorough investigations into his past highlight the high probability that he possesses knowledge that surpasses the common understanding of the majority. These individuals suggest that he is privy to information that is not widely known among the general population. One might wonder what prompted an individual with a wealth of experience and expertise to make such a statement. Throughout research on these subjects, it has been noted that individuals possessing such profound knowledge often choose to discuss only in the later stages of their lives. Revelation is the act of divulging such information is not taken lightly, with the complexities and repercussions of truths becoming as life nears its end. In the view of some individuals, he is regarded as among the most prominent figures within the organization to reveal such significant details. Such statements merit careful consideration. His insights are deemed crucial due to his seniority within the hierarchy. Oddly enough, individuals who were acquainted with this narrative displayed keen anticipation towards his appearances on various interviews and podcasts, expressing a strong belief in his ability to offer substantial additional context, enriching the depth of understanding surrounding the subject matter. In spite of numerous attempts by major podcasts, they have not succeeded in featuring him as a guest or locating his whereabouts, leading to speculation regarding potential interference from the Israel Ministry of Defense. The prevailing question among many is whether the aforementioned ministry either influenced his absence from the public eye or explicitly instructed him to remain silent. This mystery surrounding his inaccessibility has sparked curiosity and stirred up debates within various podcasting circles. Currently, there is a void in the knowledge regarding his whereabouts and the unidentified objects in the Galactic Federation. Mysterious disinformation with no great understanding reasons behind silence. The lack of clarity surrounding his sudden departure has fueled theories. One concept that has been proposed and substantiated is the notion that he was rendered speechless by government officials. In the enigmatic realm of UFO phenomena, governments worldwide have been enveloped in a cloak of secrecy and conjecture for decades. Extending beyond just military sightings to include encounters by civilians, the accounts of UFOs have ignited both curiosity and apprehension among the general populace, giving rise to profound inquiries regarding their origins and potential implications for humankind. Despite the escalating intrigue surrounding this topic, governments frequently enforce stringent regulations that prohibit their personnel from openly discussing UFO-related matters, thereby fostering an aura of confidentiality around these events. This aura of secrecy not only perpetuates the air of mystery, but also fuels ongoing speculation among enthusiasts and skeptics alike. In essence, one of the primary concerns for governments is the potential repercussions of acknowledging UFO sightings publicly, as it may spark widespread panic and significant societal disruption. The mere suggestion of advanced alien technology, beings from other planets, challenges the core beliefs of humanity's significance, the vast universe from its monarch could induce feelings of fear and ambiguity within the population, posing a risk of destabilizing social structures and undermining governmental authority. To maintain a grip on the narrative and prevent public chaos or unease, authorities opt to suppress conversations regarding youth. The underlying aim is to uphold control over the discourse and mitigate the risk of any potential public hysteria. Additionally, governments may seek to protect their interests by concealing information about UFO sightings and encounters. If UFOs are indeed of extraterrestrial origin, their presence could represent a significant technological advantage or potential threat to national defense. By keeping such information classified, governments can safeguard sensitive military intelligence and prevent adversaries from gaining insights into their capabilities or vulnerabilities. Furthermore, public disclosure of UFO sightings could compromise ongoing military operations or strategic objectives, undermining efforts to maintain a competitive edge in the global arena. Governments worldwide might exhibit hesitation in acknowledging UFO phenomena, primarily due to concerns regarding their diplomatic ties with other countries. The occurrence of UFO sightings within shared space among multiple nations poses revealing details about such events, potentially strain international and even trigger diplomacy. In seeking to maintain harmonious relations with other nations, governments may opt for a discreet approach in handling UFO-related incidents, utilizing diplomatic channels to address such matters, tensions or disputes. Furthermore, the acknowledgement of UFO presence could prompt inquiries about the extent of collaboration and coordination in response to potential threats emanating from extraterrestrial sources. This prospect raises complex questions about how countries would collectively address and strategize in the face of unidentified aerial occurrences. Such considerations underscore the delicate balance governments between transparency and diplomacy in navigating the intricate landscape of UFO-related discussions on a global scale. Governments often opt to restrict conversations regarding unidentified flying objects in order to safeguard their economic interests and prevent any disturbances to commercial sectors. This approach is being taken to avert potential threats if UFO sightings are interpreted as indicators of highly advanced extraterrestrial technology. Industries relying on traditional modes of transportation and energy production could find themselves facing significant challenges and even existential risks. Any advancements in technology attributed to UFO-related discoveries have to disrupt economic frameworks. Through the strategy of maintaining a veil of secrecy around UFO-related phenomena, governments seek to preemptively address and minimize the potential economic repercussions, thereby ensuring the stability and continuity of vital sectors within the economy. Governments often have a vested interest in upholding their exclusive access to information and expertise regarding unidentified flying objects to uphold their power and credibility. Revealing UFO sightings has the potential to erode public confidence in governmental institutions and question the reliability of official accounts. Any unauthorized dissemination of UFO-related data by non-governmental entities could compromise the government's control over information dissemination and influence public opinions. Consequently, governments frequently implement regulations to prevent their personnel from divulging details about UFOs, bolstering their standing as the primary authority on this enigmatic subject. In essence, the preservation of government control over UFO information serves as a strategic maneuver to safeguard their influence and credibility in the eyes of the public. As of right now, governments may have justifiable motives for supporting discussions regarding unidentified flying objects within their workforce, especially if UFO are believed to be authentic and legitimate occurrences. By regulating the narrative and limiting the dissemination of information, aim to uphold social stability, safeguard national security concerns, maintain diplomatic ties, protect economic interests, and uphold their authority and credibility. Nonetheless, with the growing public curiosity surrounding UFOs, governments are likely to encounter mounting demands to reveal details and unravel the enigmas associated with these enigmatic occurrences. Delicate balance between maintaining secrecy and promoting transparency in matters concerning UFOs remains a multifaceted and intricate issue with profound societal and governance implications. The evolving dynamics of public intrigue and governmental responses to UFO-related inquiries, continuous tension between classified knowledge and public disclosure in navigating the intricate landscape of UFO phenomena. The mystery of Japanese Airlines Flight 1628. In November 1986, one of the most notable UFO sightings that gained widespread attention globally was a report involving Japanese Airlines Flight 1628 on its journey from Tokyo to Paris. The incident captured the imagination alike, not only due to the credibility of the witnesses, but also because of the unprecedented decision by DIN to open-close the encounter, deviating from the expected approach of downplaying it. This led significant media storm and sparked intense curiosity and speculation, with people eager to delve deeper into the details of what transpired during that fateful flight. The credibility of sightings like the one mentioned is potentially bolstered by the fact that they were reported by seasoned pilots and commercial flight crewmen, individuals who spent a significant amount of time navigating skies. This particular sighting, where a pilot stood firm on sharing his account despite facing severe consequences such as losing his job, highlights the profound importance he attached to ensuring that the existence of these unidentified crafts is acknowledged by the world. Such incidents underscore a deeper layer of significance, shedding light on the earnest belief held by those directly involved in aviation that these encounters and warrant acknowledgement on a global scale. The resolute stance taken by the pilot underscores a sense of conviction in the reality of these phenomena, emphasizing the gravity of these encounters and their potential impact on broader perceptions of the unknown within our skies. Airline pilots often report UFO sightings during their flights, a fact unknown to many. The responsibility of safeguarding hundreds of passengers' lives while operating these aircrafts underscores the seriousness of such incidents. Airline scurry pilots publicly discuss encounters to maintain their fear of facing ridicule from colleagues, or even the risk of being stripped of their duties, leading to the end of their careers, likely prevents many pilots from reporting sightings. Consequently, the number of officially documented UFO sightings is likely far lower than the occurrences due to the significant barriers pilots face in coming forward. This reluctance to speak out not only affects the visibility of these events, but also sheds light on the challenges and repercussions pilots may endure for sharing their encounters with UFOs. As Flight 1628 traversed the Alaskan skies around early evening, Captain Kenju Terauchi's gaze fell upon a peculiar sight through the aircraft's window. Two luminous aircraft were trailing their plane, flying in alignment to its left. Captain Terauchi initially speculated that they might be US Air Force jets conducting routine patrols over Alaska, given the proximity of the region to the Soviet Union. Upon closer inspection, the seasoned pilot discerned that these mysterious crafts did not bear any resemblance to American aircraft. In fact, their appearance defied all conventional aviation, perplexing both Terauchi and his crew. The unusual nature of these unidentified flying objects left the crew bewildered, prompting them to contemplate them further. Speculation as that had unexpectedly presented itself before them. Upon approaching, the aptly maneuvered from the left side and came to a sudden stop directly in front of it, all within a matter of seconds. The occupants on board quickly grasped the undeniable fact that they were encountering an entirely unfamiliar entity. Maintaining stance, they lingered in front of Flight 1628 for a substantial duration before swiftly darting back to their original position on the line. The perplexing nature of this encounter left them with a sense of awe and intrigue as they contemplated the enigmatic events that had just transpired in the skies. The enormous vessel resembled a massive, flat, pale white light and dwarfed the dimensions of two aircraft carriers combined. It simply maintained its location in the aircraft, while the two smaller vessels mysteriously faded from sight. When another aircraft was dispatched to investigate the communication disruption, the objects had already disappeared without a trace. The sheer appearance of the ship with the uncanny appearance of the smaller crafts left the aircraft bewildered and perplexed. The enigmatic nature of the event raised questions about the origin and intentions of the colossal ship, speculation and intrigue within the aviation community. Issues as it carried events had a profound on Captain Terauchi, prompting him to speak up about his experience. The captain was so deeply affected that he chose not to remain silent regarding what transpired. His revelations garnered significant interest from the global press and media, who eagerly sought to hear and publish his account. The intensity of the incident left a lasting impression on Captain Terauchi, compelling him to share his story with the world. Such was his urgency to communicate the occurrences that his superiors promptly reassigned him from field duty. Subsequently, responsibilities were restricted to administrative tasks solely. This transition meant that he was no longer instead focused on desk-bound assignments. Japan Airlines' extensive investigation into the reported encounter, carefully considering their pilots' testimonies. Acknowledging the credibility of the pilots' accounts, the airline concluded there was insufficient tangible evidence to substantiate their claims. Effectively, they opted to dismiss the incident, implying a possible attempt to conceal it. The reassignment of Terauchi to a new desk role following this incident could be interpreted as a cautionary measure aimed at discouraging other pilots from coming forward with similar sightings in the future. This move potentially served indicating a reluctance of the airline to address or acknowledge such occurrences. The implications of such actions may suggest a broader culture within the airline that prioritizes discretion. So, what do you make of these mysterious announcements? Be sure to leave your answers in the comments section below and help us unexplain mysteries. Watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
Shortly after 8 a.m., the National High-Tech Crime arrives at the home of 36-year-old Scottish computer engineer Gary McKinnon. They are here to arrest him on behalf of the United States Justice Department for hacking into top-secret computers to the crime, but claims he uncovered evidence that the U.S. government was working with extra enabler for finding out information by going to places you shouldn't be in because they were so open. There were a lot of text files that had lists of places, installations, military bases, Air Force bases, Navy sites, NASA sites. So there was a lot to go through. But I did find a confirmation. According to McKinnon, he unearthed a secret U.S. military program that existed in time. I found the spreadsheet was actually titled in the column non-terrestrial officers, as well as officers' names. It had ship names. None of these were ocean-going ships. Like Army, not even Air Force. So to me, I was thinking there must be an off-planet Space Force or Space Fleet at least. After McKinnon's arrest, he was told the U.S. government intended to sentence him to 7.
At the time, I thought 6 months community service was all we would do from Computer Misuse Act in Britain. We fought extradition for 10 years, and we actually won the case. Fortunately, today it won, and I'm still on the interval witness, so I can't try.
Could it be that Gary McKinnon's account of what he saw when he hacked into computers at the Pentagon and NASA is genuine? Is the U.S. government engaged in secret operations?
UFO related material sitting there somewhere. I know you're Israeli. A couple of years ago, the former Israeli general who apparently was in charge of space security came out with a book. I'm not sure if it's been translated into English yet, claiming that there was a galactic federation of aliens and made some pretty outrageous claims as far as various governments being in contact with extraterrestrials. What are your thoughts on that?
So, as a scientist, I respond to evidence, and he didn't show any evidence, he just made claims. So, suppose a person comes forward and says, I'm Napoleon. What do you do about it? You ask for the person's ID card. Show Napoleon. There are places for such things. So, my point is, without the evidence, there is nothing to discuss. If he came forward with substantiate what he says, then I would take it quite seriously. It may well be, just like with classified documents that the government has, it may well be that there is something behind it, but I haven't seen it. Therefore, there is nothing to discuss. Just by people making statements or claims, we cannot make progress. We have to see the evidence for that.
Thank you for watching the Hand TV. Please like this video if you enjoyed it, and subscribe button to not miss any of our latest shoot interviews, match videos, or news. Follow Twitter at the Hannibal TV Instant Update.
A galactic federation is here, collaborating with Earth's government. I know this sounds like a sci-fi franchise spin-off, but the account of Professor Haim Eshed, former Space Division head of the Israeli Defense Forces, is so rich with detail we must sit up and pay attention. Let's explore. Hi everyone, and welcome to Project Movement, where we explore all things unidentified. I am Thor, and thanks for tuning in. On December 2nd, 2020, the Israeli newspaper Aharonot published an interview in Hebrew with the former Israeli Defense Forces Chief of Space Division, retired Brigadier General Haim Eshed, 87 years old at the time, and on December 10th, a redacted version was published in the Jerusalem Post in English. If his claims are true, the article blows the lid of government have an organized election, almost Star Trek style, and they have some serious concerns about it. But first, let's establish credentials. Haim is the recipient of the Chief, the highest non-combat decoration awarded by the IDF, and he also is the highest civilian defense honor of the State of Israel, the Israel Defense Prize, 3 times, which is normally doled out for top secret work. highly secretive unit which provide intel to the IDF's military intelligence directorate and was responsible for the successful launch of 20 Israeli satellites, including spy satellites. Haim is a former the Space Council for Research and Development for the Missile Technology and Space, and a member of the Committee of Israel Space Agency. Its current chairman, Isaac Ben Israel, calls Haim the father of the Israeli space program, nothing less. He's a guy the state of Israel, including the Mossad, values greatly and trusts completely. Since retiring, Haim has traveled the world lecturing in academia as a visiting professor and scholar of aeronautics and astronautics at various space technology research institutions. In November 2020, he published in Hebrew the book The Universe Beyond the Horizon, Conversations with Professor Haim Eshed, written by Hagar Yanai. The book is yet to be published in English. Because of the close proximity of the publishing of the book, of course, this bombshell disclosure article, Yediot, to which Haim replied, "What I am saying here today, 5 years ago, I would have been hospitalized." End quote. In him, we have yet again a defense professional coming forward in the twilight of his life, incredible disclosures to authorities. In the interview, Haim says the U.S. government is and has been in contact with extraterrestrials from the Galactic Federation. He further states that experts have been in contact with not just the U.S. government, but multiple other government officials on Earth for decades. He said there are agreements in place for the extraterrestrials to conduct part of the agreement, sometimes broken, regarding technological research did to the government in exchange for access to human DNA, permission for experimentation. But their research also includes studies of the fabric of the universe. Haim further elaborates that there are secret laboratories and that they are taught by humans as well as extraterrestrials. The book further elaborates on stories of aliens preventing nuclear disasters, including an unknown and unspecified nuclear incident during the Bay of Pigs invasion. They have intervened in wars and interfered with our nuclear experimentation. We are reminded of the green lights witnessed absorbing fallout from nuclear testing, and we are also reminded of the red orbs appearing at nuclear missile sites, including Malmstrom Air Force Base, demonstrating they can turn nuclear power on and off at will. And we are further reminded of the incident at Ramos, Germany, where a UFO parked itself over the runway, being the flight tower, turning off its radar signature while visible, then turning off its visual signature while being present on radar, and then turning off both its vision. In essence, demonstrate to us how they can circumvent our VFR and IFR detection systems with impunity. There are no leaked clear images of the actual event. The Galactic Federation keeps their presence secret to prevent hysteria until such a time in the future when humanity is ready to embrace this information collectively. Haim's theory is changing and evolving. In his words, today they're already talking differently. Trends in thinking and universities abroad are changing. Is Haim suggesting we all close to a revolution, that we are more susceptible to the information of the unidentified than we used to be? Change seems to be at hand, according to now 89-year-old Haim Eshed. It is important because, according to him, the reason aliens are unwilling to reveal themselves to us is not in red, that in essence, we truth. One of the truth handling aspects is likely by whistleblowers that are intended, without anyone yet giving a comprehensive picture that religion, as we know it, was orchestrated to guide us Some say control or manipulate to instill a direction in humanity. Some have stated they've seen evidence of religious events being orchestrated by aliens. If we dig into the Old and New Testament stories juxtaposed with what we know about unexplained phenomena now, it makes more sense as science as opposed to magic and miracles. We can debate if religion in general has worked well for us or not. It serves us now for the next steps we need to take to elevate our consciousness. Regarding the "we're not ready" statement, let's also remind ourselves of which encountered the ailment to us by the principles. A new world awaits us if we can take it. Juxtapose that to Haim's statement, "we're not ready." Yet, he alludes to changes and evolution in academic thinking towards a place of readiness. The doctrine still is, however, we're not ready. Haim, in his book, is agreed with by a paper from 1960 regarding the Columbian Exchange, principally that more advanced civilization destroys the less advanced civilization when encountered, that a panic and chaos would ensue on Earth upon the full extraterrestrials, accompanied by an inevitable breakdown of religion and society as a whole. Instead of having a few failed states, we would have failed planet, left in chaos, in a state of war, is the prevailing feeling. And it's not even about preserving us or our societies primarily, but our environment, Earth's biology, that seems to be their main concern. So preventing human societal chaos is about preventing our destruction of the environment. It's humbling to think about, and thus we remain in a persistent state of slow conditioning. Haim confirms multiple assertions by others, including they were interested in unlocking the mathematical secrets of the well as the biological mystery of eternal life, and they seem to have a keen interest in the realm of souls and humans' access to it. They are bioengineering hybrid beings, a mixture of us and them spliced together for the establishment of a success. In the book, he goes at length into the mysteries of Skinwalker Ranch, claiming it is a portal to other dimensions, other worlds, and that the reason Robert Bigelow never spoke about his experiences and his research findings at the ranch is simply because they are the intellectual property of the Pentagon and not him, contractually. He once saw aliens that Richard Nixon went to Wright-Patterson to personally observe artifacts and life forms. And we know Wright-Patterson is the designated foreign technology research center. And he asserts that Eisenhower did sign an agreement with an alien race. Laura Eisenhower's granddaughter, has stated, true. UFO researcher Nick Pope wants to know if Haim's information is first or second hand. Let's listen to Nick Pope on the Hannibal TV.
Haim Eshed is who he says he is. He did what he said he did. I guess my big question is he speaking about matters on which he has direct personal knowledge, experience from within the Israeli space program? Or is he simply citing, is based on reading the literature, or based on being told by a third party? And of course, it's the same with films. He said that when he was defense minister of Canada, I believe he prime minister at the time, this did not cross his desk, and it's only subsequent that to some of who are US who've confirmed the reality of this to him. And my question is, with Haim Eshed, again, the same question. Well, is this what you know, or what you think?
It's a fair question because his claims are extraordinary. They are an extraordinary match with countless testimonies of others, including former Canadian Minister of Defense, the Honourable late Paul Hellyer, who went much further, declaring the collaboration with extraterrestrials having resulted in the creation of a behind-the-scenes shadow Earth government autocracy, a cabal, a topic for another episode. Behind these claims by this and more, written by Nine, the book is available in Hebrew, $32, and we can hope no one has purchased the English worldwide in order never to publish it. You can watch where we explore all things unidentified. Each day, let's practice compassion and connection. We have intervened in wars and interfered with our nuclear experimentation. We are reminded of the green lights witnessed absorbing fallout from nuclear testing, and we are also reminded of the red orbs appearing at nuclear missile sites, including Malmstrom Air Force Base, demonstrating they can turn nuclear power on and off at will. And we are further reminded of the incident at Ramstein Air Force Base, Germany, where a UFO parked itself over the runway, being the flight tower, turning off its radar signature while visible, then its visual signature while present on radar, and then turning off both its radar and visual recognition. In essence, demonstrating to us how they can circumvent our VFR and IFR detection steps with impunity. There are no leaked clear images of the actual event. The Galactic Federation keeps their presence secret to prevent until such a is ready to embrace this information actively. In his words, evolving. They're already taught by revolution that we are more susceptible to the information of the unidentified than we used to be. Change seems to be at hand to now 89-year-old Haim Hashem. This is important because, according to him, the reason aliens are unwilling to reveal themselves to us is that we have not been ready, that in essence, we can't handle the truth. One of the truth handling aspects likely involves religion. That's my conjecture. It's been widely reported by whistleblowers that are hinted at without anyone yet giving a comprehensive picture that religion, as we know it, was orchestrated to guide us. Some say control or manage us, but certainly to instill a direction evident by aliens. If we dig into the Old and New Testament stories juxtaposed with what we know about unexplained phenomena now, it makes more sense as science as opposed to magic miracles. We can debate if religion in general has worked well for us or not, and if it serves us now for the next steps we need to take to elevate our consciousness. Regarding the "we're not ready" statement, let's also remind ourselves of Witness Reaver and others who encountered the alien message to us by telepathy, by way of proximals. A new world awaits us if we can take it. Juxtapose that to Haim's statement, "we're not ready." Yet, he alludes to changes and evolution in academic thinking towards a place of readiness. The doctrine still is, however, we're not ready. Haim, in his book, suggests their fear is shared and agreed with by our governments. Per the book, it's We're not ready. Haim and his book suggests their fear is shared and agreed with by our governments. Per the Brookings Institute paper from 1960 regarding the Columbian Exchange, principally stated that a more advanced civilization destroys the less advanced civilization when encountered, that a panic and chaos would ensue on Earth upon the full revelation of extraterrestrials, accompanied by an inevitable breakdown of religion and society as a whole. Instead of having a few failed, and chaos would ensue on Earth upon the full revelation, principally stating that a more advanced civilization destroys the less advanced civilization when encountered, that a panic and chaos would ensue on Earth upon the full revelation of extraterrestrials, accompanied by an inevitable breakdown of religion and society as a whole. Instead of having a few failed states, we would end up with an entire failed planet, left in chaos. In a state of war is the prevailing theory. And it's not even about preserving us or our societies primarily, but our environment, Earth's bio. Biology, that seems to be their main concern. So preventing human societal chaos is about preventing our destruction of the environment. It's humbling to think about. And thus we remain in a persistent state of slow conditioning. Haim confirms multiple assertions by others, including they were interested in unlocking the mathematical secrets of the universe as well as the biological mysteries of eternal life. And they seem to have a keen interest in the realm of souls and humans. Access to it. They are bioengineering hybrid beings, a mixture of us and them. Lies together for the establishment of a successful future intelligent species. In the book, he goes at length, a mixture of us and them splice together for the establishment of a successful future intelligent species. In the book, he goes at length into the mysteries of Skinwalker Ranch, claiming it is a portal to other dimensions, other worlds. And that the Bigelow never spoke about his experiences and his research. Findings at the ranch is simply because they are the intellectual property of the Pentagon and not him. Contraction. He claims Harry Truman saw aliens, that Richard Nixon might have. to Wright-Patterson to personally observe artifacts and life forms. And we know Wright-Patterson is the designated foreign technology research center. And he asserts that Eisenhower did sign an agreement with an alien race. Laura Eisenhower Eisenhower's great-granddaughter has stated, it is true. UFO researcher Nick Pope wants to know if Haim's information is first or second hand. Let's listen to Nick Pope on the Hamilton TV.
Haim Eshed is who he says he is. He did what he said he did. I guess my big question is he speaking about matters on which he has direct personal knowledge and experience from within government, from within the Israeli space program? Or is he simply citing his beliefs based on reading the literature or based on things that he's been told by a third party? And of course, it's interesting you mentioned Paul Hellier. It's the same question. Now, Paul Hellier is I think, pretty clear on this. He said that when he was Defense Minister of Canada, and indeed, I believe, Deputy Prime Minister at the time, this his desk, and to some of his military colleagues, some of whom are in the US, the reality of this to him. And my question is, Haim Eshed, again, it's the same question. Well, is this what you know or what you think?
It's a fair question because his claims are extraordinary. They are an extraordinary match with countless testimonies of others, including former Canadian Minister of Defense, the Honourable late Paul Hellier. Much further, hearing the collaboration with having resolution of a shadow Earth government, autocracy, a cabal, hatred, for another episode. Haim's claims were also echoed by former Apollo astronaut Dr. Edgar Mitchell while he walked amongst us. This and more is all in Haim Eshed's book, written by Hagar Yanai. The book remains available in Hebrew for $32, and we can only hope no one has purchased the English language rights worldwide in order never to publish it. You can watch and listen to this and other podcasts on Project Blue Book, where we explore all things unidentified. Each day, let's discuss compassion and peace. And please subscribe. I am Thor, and thanks for listening. See you next time.
This is a UFO news update related to Hayim Ashed, who is a former Israeli aerospace scientist and professor. He used to be in charge of Israel's space security and was a general's military intelligence. He did come out a month or two ago. It was with a new book, which I just put up. It was only released in Hebrew. Now, the epilogue has been translated into English by a gentleman named Ido Shimoni, and he translated this for UFO investigator Linda Moulton Howe, who I have interviewed. Now, Hayim Ashed became a worldwide known name because he think that Canadian Minister of Defense Paul Hellyer also claimed to me in an interview in 2017 that there is allegedly a galactic federation of aliens that non-human that are not of this earth and are involved in some type of trade with humans, yet they don't want to be announced yet because they don't believe humanity is ready to accept that human beings are interacting with other intelligences yet. Ashed also said that President Trump was aware of this, but was told not to let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. So what I'm going to be covering here in the translation of the epilogue actually gave more detail of information he obtained as Israel's head of space security. And the reason he's coming out about all this is because he's very well respected. He's old. He has nothing to lose. He's probably not saying anything that he's signed orders about that he's not allowed to release. So he's coming out with all this information, and I'm going to go over as briefly as I can some of the information that was translated from his epilogue. By type of close encounters, we did know about some of the various types of where high is a UFO that is observed to have landed and is a hint of a UFO is visible. The fourth kind is an encounter where the aliens actually kidnap the human being. He added a physics to do with the emergence of UFO. The sixth kind is an observation of a UFO within Earth. Is testimonies of astronauts from the Apollo program who have witnessed UFOs in the lunar sky. And finally, the eighth type of close encounter, Shed says, is a UFO. That's where UFO photos where the solar system, such as a planet like our. So he went on to talk about some instances of UFO crash he was made because some of the dates I made. He talked about the grand team where a group of investigators were called to investigate a crash on the canyon that was estimated to be 4,000. Good condition despite the craft. Made of extremely light metallic fibers. The type of metal used was not known. The craft still admitted low G levels and carbon tests done on the material stuck in the sand. Since 200 BC was the alien crew were human-like, oxygen breathing. The vehicle was operating approximately 12 to 20 power source appeared to be nuclear. The system craft had spaces for water. Tests showed that the alien crew members likely left the crash vehicle after landing and lived in the area for a few years. There were strange men, their being that set was suffocating time ago, maybe in BC. Second crash you want to talk about was in Kiev, Ukraine. UFO invaders following World War were investigating ruined depth of 18 to 20 feet underground and found a very strange shaped like an arrow. It was cylinder 9 to 60 diameter, in length, marking on it. It appeared shape of an arrow missing. The army was called to check place. Initially, they thought it could have been a missile from a hostile country. However, the craft was secretly taken to a base near us, that it was 3,000 to 5,000 years old. And it turns out this craft had actually been discovered in the late 19th century. But at the time, the people that found it could not successfully get it out of the ground. The governor of Kiev at the time was ordered by authorities to reject, but he wanted to take responsibility for it at that time. In the post-World War II tests, it was revealed what was found was a section of a cockpit, which means that it appeared to be was not. The source of vessel was not of Earth. 2 seats were found in it that were small, suitable for people that would have been about 4 feet tall. It contained sophisticated equipment, including a
control board that had captions found on the board. And through various tests, it was a final crash that the Professor General mentions, epilogue of his book, is a 1968 crash in Timmensdorf, Germany, near the Soviet border, close to the Baltic Sea, where he says a UFO that was shaped like a disc that was 100 feet in diameter, with a third of it still stuck in the ground. And he claims 12 bodies were found inside. The bodies were photographed and identified by authorities. They were gray in color, and the bodies did not appear to have reproductions. Bodies appeared to have actually been cloned, as the organs did not appear. Systems. So was allegedly dismantled into 6 parts and transferred to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. The whole revelation about this is there has been some alien interaction in the 21st century, not by organic, but by artificial intelligences, as the professor is basically saying here that these were actually found in this vehicle. So then we get into 3 photographs, which I'm not going to show the third, but I'll show the first 2. These were taken from Mars rovers that the professor puts in his book. So here is the first photograph from the Mars rover. The lander Curiosity took this photograph on August 19, 2016, where there is a hill that the professor points out is a different color than the ground, with an edge on the right section around structure-like object at the top with a peak in the middle, making it appear to be a fortress like structure. For the texture of the mound, flat and rocky, yet the mound is sandy, appears to be stacked about 65 feet high. The mound is very in relation to its environment, down to the lines around the mound. It appears to have been placed on the hill. Interior of the top is spacious. There is perhaps only about a couple thousand years old. Future astronauts on Mars should have some type of archaeology training so they can know more about this type of thing. The other Mars picture the former general puts in the epilogue is this photo taken by the Martian SUV Spirit, where it's been cut with a slight has been removed before. So there you go. A lot more on this picture. This is not a crazy guy from a trailer in Tennessee. He was the aerospace who used security for Israel and was general in Israeli military intelligence. To Chaim Eshed, who professor he used to be in charge of Israel's space. Two ago, it was in December, which I just put up and translated into English by a gentleman named Ido Shimoni. And he translated this for UFO investigator Linda Moulton-Howe, who I have interviewed. Now, Shed became a worldwide known name because he named something that Canadian minister in 2000, and that creation of beings that are not yet they don't want to be announced yet because they don't believe humanity is accept human beings are interacting with other intelligence. President Trump was aware of this, but was told not to let the cat out of the bag. So to speak. So what I'm going to be covering here in the translation of the he's old, he's not allowed over as briefly as some of information that was translated from his blog. He started off by various type of close encounters. We did know about some of the various types of first, second, third, and fourth encounters popularized by J. Allen Hynek's book, The UFO Experience, where Hynek had already said the first kind is a visual sighting of a UFO. The second kind is a UFO that is to have landed on the ground on Earth. The third kind encounter. Then Professor Rashid, and I'm sorry pronouncing his name right, Shadrach Rashid, he added fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth kind. Professor Rashid in his epilogue states that the fifth kind is when an autopsy of a dead extraterrestrial being is performed. And then the sixth, seventh, and eighth kind all have to do with the emergence of UFOs outside. The sixth kind is an observation within Earth's orbit. The seventh kind is testimonies of astronauts from the Apollo program who have witnessed the lunar sky. Finally, the eighth type of close encounter, as Shed says, is a UFO taken elsewhere. UFO photo taken elsewhere in the system, such as a place. So he went on to talk about instances of UFO crashes that he was made aware of through his Israeli government, because some of them have to do with the United States that allegedly crashed at Calm, Arizona in the Grand Canyon near Detroit. Where a group of investigators that was estimated to be 4,000 years old. The investigators who arrived on the scene were signed with high security clearance. They estimated the craft was 50 feet wide, 68 feet long. It was in condition despite the craft. It was made of extremely light metallic fibers. The type of metal used was not known. The craft still admitted low energy levels, and carbon tests done on the material showed it had been stuck in the sand since the source of the vehicle was extraterrestrial. The internal structure craft showed that the alien crew, human-like and oxygen, the vehicle was operated by approximately 12 to 20 alien beings. The power source appeared to be killer. The navigation system was magnetic. The craft had spaces for food and water, and showed that alien members likely left the craft after landing and lived in the area for a few years. There are cave paintings in the area showing figures of strange men. There being that southwest rock, some of them could be linked to UFOs and ET presence from a long time ago, as long ago as 200 BC. The second crash you want to talk about was in Kiev, Ukraine. UFO investigators in World War II investigating ruins at a depth of 18 to 20 feet underground and found a very strange craft that was shaped like an arrow. With cylinder was 9 to 16 diameter, 16 to 19 feet in length, silver with no markings in it. The back of the craft was torn up. It appeared that it had the shape of an arrow, but there were sections of it missing. The army was called to check to see what it was. Initially, they found from a hostile country. However, craft near Moscow, a suburb, where it was reviewed tests that it was, and it was discovered in the late 19th century. But people that found it could not successfully get it out of the ground. The governor was ordered by authorities to inspect the object, but he didn't want to take, so nothing further was done at that time. which means that it appeared to be an aircraft. The rear of the craft, where the engine likely would have been, was not of Earth. Two seats were found in it that were people that were about 4 feet tall. And through various former general mentions in his epilogue of his book, is a 1968 crash in Timmensdorf, Germany, Soviet border, Baltic Sea. Where he says a UFO crashed that was 100 autopsies. Some of the bodies did not appear to have reproductions, and the bodies appeared to have actually been clones, as the organs did not belong to beings that had digestive excretion systems, so they digested any food that we know of by the autopsies. The UFO was allegedly dismantled into 6 parts and transferred to Wright-Patterson Air Force, Ohio. The whole revelation about this is there has been some alien interaction in the 21st century, not by organic prime intelligences, as the actually clones found in this vehicle. Okay, so then we have photographs, but I'll show the first 2. These were taken from Mars rovers that the professor puts in his book. So here's the first. Their curiosity took this photo on August 19, 2016, where there's a hill that the professor points out is a different color than the ground, with an edge on the right side related to the flow of the hill. There's a round structure-like object at the top with a pit in the middle, making it be a fortress-like structure. For the texture of the mound itself, it's different than the texture of Mars. Around it, the ground is flat and rocky. The mound is sandy and appears to be stacked about 65 in relation to its environment. The top appears to have been placed on the hill. The interior top in geological times, perhaps only about a couple thousand years old. He says future astronauts going to Mars should have some type of archaeology training to more about this type of Mars period that the former general puts in his epilogue is this photo taken by the Martian SUV, where he points out a rock that's been cut in its full width, as if a slice of rock has been removed from it to form a passageway. Not the type of cut that can be natural weathering. He believes tools in this rock.
information on this professor into UFOs. And keep in mind, this is not in Tennessee. He was the aerospace scientist who used to be in charge of space security for Israel and was general in Israeli military intelligence. But the big news since the last time I talked to you off the record was Israelis defense former minister of the Space Directorate, Haim Shed, alleged that there is a galactic federation of aliens of defense. Also spoke about this in 2017 in an interview with me that really didn't get much publicity at the time. People are talking about it now. It seems like a unique claim. I know you were quoted by, I believe, NBC wide coverage as this general is what's your thoughts? This alleged galactic federation aliens.
Well, Haim did what he said he did. I guess my big question is he speaking about as personal non-government and daily space program? Or is he simply citing his beliefs based on the literature or on things that he's been told by a third party? And of course, it's interesting you mentioned Paul Hellyer. It's the same question. Now, Paul Hellyer is I think pretty clear on this. He said that when he was defense minister of Canada, and indeed, I believe, deputy prime minister, that he's talked to some of his military colleagues, some of whom are in the US. My question is, with Haim Shed, again, it's the same question. Is this what you know? Or what you think? And we don't know yet. But look, all of this, none of this can be looked at in isolation. It's all part of a big picture. If any of these have isolation, you'd probably think, well, the person's gone crazy. We were talking earlier about Professor Avi Loeb at Harvard and his claims about Oumuamua. Don't look at Paul Hellyer's claims. Look at it along with Shed's claims. I mean, Galactic Federation sounds like Star Trek, but yet, maybe it's real. And what happened a few days afterwards? None other than a former CIA director, John Brennan, gave an interview, and he started off talking about weather phenomenon, and I thought, oh my goodness, he's going to play this very safe. He'd been asked about the videos, and then suddenly he starts talking about, well, some people think it might be attributable to something which is a different form of life. And so when these people, whether it's a CIA director, whether it's a professor at Harvard, founder of Israel's space program, when those sorts of people, that sort of level, with those sort of backgrounds, start saying that I think the world up and paying more attention, and the good is that I think they are. I think the landscape has over the last 3 years, and it's continuing to change. And all of these people, whether it's Haim Eshed, John Brennan, Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, Avi Loeb, Paul Hellyer, all of these people are playing a part in changing the world. And it will change. If, as I often like to say, the believers don't have to prove a whole bunch of these cases. They only need to prove one of them. The skeptics need to be right every single day. The believers only need to be right once. And if they are, we're going to have to rethink and redo everything. Politics, science, religion, technology, economics, the military, philosophies, everything will be altered by the knowledge that we're not alone in the universe. And it seems to me every time one of these stories breaks, we're getting closer and closer, maybe, to the moment.
Thank you for watching the Hannibal TV and click the subscribe to not miss any of our latest shoot interviews, match videos, or news updates. .com for $1.99 a month to watch our full shoot interviews ad-free and help our channel grow. Follow us on Twitter at The Hannibal TV for instant updates.
All right, we got a bit of a weird one for you, but the story is so interesting we could not help but bring it to you. Let's go ahead and throw the terror sheet up on the screen. Okay, so this is from the former head of Israel's space program, Chaim Shed, who says that aliens have been in contact with Israel, and they are hiding their presence because mankind is not yet ready. What does he refer to? The Galactic Federation that he says has been in touch with Israel and the U.S. He also says that Donald Trump was going to reveal their existence, but then they got talked out of it. Here was his quote. He says, Trump was on the verge of revealing that aliens existed, but the aliens in the Galactic Federation are saying, wait, let people calm down first. They don't want to start mass hysteria. They want to first make us sane and understand.
Yeah, and look, he's 87 years old. According to him, he says he has nothing to lose. He's a decorated former Israeli general, former space security chief. He's been awarded a medal 3 separate times, 2 secretly, for actions that kept Israel safe. Clearly somebody who was regarded well by that government. Now, what he's saying is kind of crazy. He says that the cooperation, there's a secret pact between the U.S. government and the Galactic Federation. That the cooperation includes a secret on Mars where there are American and alien representatives. This is where he starts to lose me.
That's the place.
That's where he's lost me. Look, everybody here knows I'm a strong believer in UFOs, unidentified phenomenon, all of that. I largely believe it's extraterrestrial, etc. But this is where, when these types of, this is why I hate to shoot this down, but I think we have to, which is the technology that would be available in order to put American astronauts on Mars. It's not possible to keep that secret. And this is part of the reason why I believe in UFOs. Because when you see the way that these different phenomena move, you're like, this is unknown to science. Not just like American science, all science. And something that has really stuck with me is that all, secret inventions of the SR-71, for example, military technology, has roots in academia. It always starts in academia, and if you can trace it, about 25 years before people are publishing things, then everything starts in the military.
Yeah.
There's no evidence. The show, so many times, the amount of technology it would take. We have not seen astronauts die from space radiation. I guess. Maybe UFOs are the ones who found it and they transport it. Look, it's possible. It's just very unlikely.
The place where he lost me was at Galactic Federation. Because if
it's a full Star Wars.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, if that was a thing, there's no that. It's just too, way too Star Wars. Here's more of what he said, so you have the full flavor of it. He says they've been waiting for humanity to evolve and reach a stage where we will generally understand what space and spaceships are. I don't know what could really prepare humanity for this revelation. And he says there's an agreement between the U.S. government and the aliens. They signed a contract with us to do experiments here. They too are researching and trying to understand the whole fabric of the universe, and they want us as helpers.
Yeah, I see. Look, I just don't. I think this just tracks way too conveniently with like science fiction, right? This is like a science fiction come to life. It's using the words Galactic Federation, talking about secret contracts and updates, talking about aliens who have like, you know, are beneficent and have like our better interests at heart, and it's talking about this grand conspiracy. Now, do I believe in the conspiracy? Do I believe there's been cover-ups and so much more? But I think it's much more unknown. I think the whole reason why we don't know more is because they're terrified of how much that they don't know about this phenomenon. Not that it's like this large thing. Like I said, if I just do not believe there could be American astronauts on Mars and that we wouldn't know about it. I just don't. I really don't.
Ultimately, we try to follow the facts and the evidence on the show.
Correct.
This is one guy saying something.
Yeah,
that's
right.
the evidence.
And he's got nothing. He's got nothing issue.
So that's where we'll leave it.
Sorry, everyone.
All right, that does it for us today. Happy holiday season. We will be back with more Rising tomorrow.
That's right. Remember, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to this video, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Hi, everyone. Look at what I've got. Here's chocolate. Here's Fluffy. And I want you to know how I accomplished this tonight. It's thanks to one of you out there. Oh, you have your own cats, and you have listened to me talk about how they love to play games around turning on the lights. And last week, she sent me an email making me laugh about what she does with her own cats to get them to do things. And she said, why don't you try a can of what would be sort of like a fresh tuna or fresh turkey in a can, and just see if you have them and they're happy and they are eating a treat. You just pick them up and come up into your studio. And that is exactly what I did tonight. They were happy, their stomachs are full, and I thank you for that suggestion. And that in this Christmas season, what could be wonderful than the love of the pure innocence of creatures like Fluffy and Chocolate. It is, to me, something that we are striving toward for ourselves as humanity, in spite of COVID, in spite of so many things that seem to be wrong. But the right is in our hearts and in our souls, and what it feels like to love and be loved by innocent souls like these creatures. And I just want to extend a huge hug through that lens to all of you. In this holiday, find what makes that pressure in your chest give you that sense of love with a cat, with a dog, with a human being. And now, dear Fluffy, dear Chocolate, I'm going to put you down. I love you. You can go back to your feet. One of the most interesting science news updates in a long time came on December 9th, 2020, with these words in New Scientist magazine, quote, "Physics might create a backdoor to an afterlife, but don't bank on it. Quantum information can never be destroyed. So some of the essence of you live on after death. It's not going to help the physical you," close quote, in this magazine. And they raise the question, is death the end? Or does quantum physics now? Struck by the coincidence of such a headline in hard science, while at the same time I was transcribing an interview that I did yesterday, December 15th. It's about aerospace legend, Professor Chaim Eshed in Tel Aviv, who has released a new book entitled The Universe Beyond the Horizon that I mentioned last week on my Earth Files broadcast. So far, the book exists only in Hebrew, but its focus is on Professor Eshed's long history of work for Israel's space and satellite operations. And a pleasant surprise is the book's epilogue, in which Professor Eshed has revelations about other intelligences from elsewhere in the universe, here on Earth, on Mars, and beyond. And he says they have been based on Earth in our solar system for a long time. I'm going to do a book review with the help of Ido Shimoni in Belgium, who has stepped forward to help me make translations from the Hebrew in that book to English. But it's the news in that epilogue that made the December 4th front page of Israel's largest circulation newspaper, Yediot Ahronoth. The large Hebrew headline on the right reads, quote, "The aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet," close quote. And on the left side, the smaller Hebrew text said, "Headed the Israeli space program and led the OFEC satellite launch project. But it was only after he left his official duties that he turned to what really interests him, aliens." In his new book, The Universe Beyond the Horizon, Professor Eshed argues from all over the universe, already walking among Earth, that close encounters of the third kind are just around the corner. A galactic federation is delaying communication of information to humans on Earth so as not to cause panic. Professor Eshed even tells how the aliens prevented some nuclear holocaust. Close quote. The author of the newspaper is Renan Shaked, a staff feature writer for Yediot Ahronoth. He describes Professor Eshed as, quote, "one of the most respected and smartest astronauts in Israel," close quote. Professor Eshed headed the Israel Space Agency at the Ministry of Defense, directly responsible for planning and developing Israel's satellite program and launching the first satellite, OFEC-1, in 1988. Yesterday, Tuesday, December 15th, I was able to do a Zoom interview with Renan Shaked about his newspaper interview. We began with, how do extraterrestrials get around this?
You don't have to use rocket engine. You can go as fast as you like using mechanics and and black holes, and that is probably what they do.
Renan, I just want to insert here. It is my understanding from current day physicists who have talked with me off the record that the advanced intelligences move space. They collapse time like a waveform. They collapse time to zero, and then it is dot to dot. It is not moving with propulsion. It is literally moving space-time.
Exactly what Joby says. When they take this piece of paper and you put an ant right here, and the ant wants to go over here, it's going to take it a while. But if you fold things like that, it gets there in no time, right? And this basically demonstrates how they fold space-time. You don't have to propel the vehicle, you just space-time. So yeah, that's other thing to say. What else? So he said that President Trump almost because of his tendency to for it, but eventually he did not. So Russia mentioned evidence that the extraterrestrials they have been in contact with quite a few world leaders throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s up to today, and that they have been given a permission to explore some limited parts, mostly in the United States, but not just the United States, and make some experiments for their own good and for their research, but they condition it on the thing not being publicized. The extraterrestrials don't want to have it publicized before they decide to make an official contact because they are concerned about mass hysteria or just general care might occur here. The extraterrestrials are kind of waiting for the right moment in the right conditions to be able to actually get in contact and kind of reaching out to us.
If Professor Escher and so many other people that I have known who have been public have shared with me about their own basements over the past 50 or 60 years. And if Professor Escher can talk about his own knowledge of a variety of advanced intelligences that are both studying the Earth and protective of the Earth, why can't the general human population be introduced in the same way? The physicists and the leaders of the world have not collapsed. Therefore, they have been working with advanced intelligences since World War II. Why then cannot that relationship be applied to the whole planet?
He said that the extraterrestrials are taking their time because of the possible outcomes of mass hysteria.
Mass hysteria meeting with.
Well, actually, he said that he never met with them. He claimed that. He said that he spoke to people who did throughout his work with other people. The thing is that the people who did get in touch with the extraterrestrials want secrecy, and if they ever break it, they usually pay for that with their lives. That's what he said.
Do you mean that people, humans, Homo sapiens, who have talked about the
meeting with them, who gave it away, although they they were supposed to keep quiet about it, and were executed. That's what he said.
Right, but are they executed by Homo sapien leaders, or are they executed by extraterrestrials?
By governments or by people, by governments or leaders who keep it a secret. And I've asked him how that be, social media and everything, secret of death from scope for so long. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And he said, well, actually it does, because if you would think about, say, Manhattan Project, okay? There were like over 100,000 people working on that project. And how many people what it was actually about? 3 or 4 of them. So if the government to keep something confidential, that is what's happening with everything terrestrial.
Please now explain that segment of the interview where he goes into the deep underground base in a lava tube on Mars.
He just said that there was a base there, and I said, how can there be a base, because we know the conditions on Mars. He said, no, it's underground. Underground, we have the conditions for astronauts, for human astronauts to work at, and they share their work there with aliens or terrestrials, and that they've been there for a while, and it's all underground.
And that ties into what the scientist from White Sands told me in 1988, that he knew a physicist who said he had been to Mars 6 times to work in an underground lava tube base where humans and extraterrestrials were working. I had that experience in 1988. What is the collaboration about in the Mars base underground?
I cannot tell you. I mean, I don't know. I never asked him that. I don't know if he knows.
Well, we're all in agreement that even though Elon Musk is supposed to launch for the first maybe in 2024, that you, Professor Escher, I, and others have heard about this all the way back to 1972 in operation on Mars. What did Professor Escher say about his personal knowledge of the advanced aliens' concern about our nuclear missiles underground? And what do they do?
Well, he actually said that they're quite, they have always. Have been concerned with our nuclear weaponry, and that they have been following that as well, and that he knew for a fact that for a couple of times they have actually stopped or prevented possible nuclear crisis. He actually, the example he gave me was the Bay of Pigs in Cuba, in which he said that terrestrials have prevented or got involved in a way that stopped the crisis. He said that they were playing tricks on American and Russian missile bases, nuclear missiles. I think he said it happened that they tampered with the launch mechanism of the missiles, and they kind of brought it on purpose to the highest level. Realized why it was happening because they were all they were shocked, and actually they went to the president and they've canceled any launch. They've canceled it, and I don't want aliens or extraterrestrials do that. And he said just to prove us what we're dealing with, and just to tell us to play nice with these things, and to take caution.
And so what you just said on the record from Professor Escher is that the extraterrestrial advanced intelligences that have been telling leaders since World War II or before, don't let the public know we're here, we are monitoring and we are doing our own laboratory experiments, that what they demonstrated not only at the Bay of Pigs in Cuba, but around this planet, they have done this. That we can control your nuclear missiles 80 feet down under the ground. We can take them down and we can turn them on. We can take them out. We can do anything. So don't play around with nuclear war.
Exactly. That is very much what Russia said. Yeah.
What did he say about Elon Musk getting ready to launch to Mars?
Well, he said Elon Musk was aware of all of that stuff, and that Elon Musk was into the subject, and that Elon Musk is aware of the extraterrestrials, and that SpaceX, his company, do work on that matter. He said that, and he met with Elon Musk at some point. So that's what he said.
So when Elon Musk says, I don't know anything about extraterrestrials, he's just kidding us.
I don't know. Well, Professor Escher say is different, and he spoke to Elon Musk. So, I don't know.
What did Professor Escher say to you that has haunted you the most?
Well, for me, it was actually what I've told you about the cosmic fabric, which I found most haunting. I mean, he said that even after we die, our bodies no longer exist, but our mind and the experience that we've accumulated throughout our life do remain and become part of that cosmic fabric. There's something comforting about that thought. If it is true in any way, shape, or form, then it's great to know that.
Organic death, there is survival and contribution back to a cosmic whole, and would that be the soul immortal recycler in and out of organic matter?
Exactly. And so everything to experience we has some meaning and does accumulate, stand for something. Consciousness lives even after we die physically, and then it becomes part of the cosmic fabric of this and life. And I'm kind of asking if you think that our soul, whatever you want to call that, our mind is just, every biologist or chemist will tell you that it's just a bunch of pulses and electronics and it goes through your brain cells. And he said, well, I don't think so. I think there's more to that, and it's one of the biggest mysteries of science, and it wasn't solved yet. And it is his take that there's more taken from that cosmic fabric and eventually goes back to there. Okay?
And that would be the soul recycling into the fabric and then back into organic.
Professor Rothschild said that our contrast our soul, our mind lingers way after our body.
And for those of you who have been with me at Earth Files YouTube broadcast now for the last 3.5 years, some of you will remember when I told you about my experience with the passing of my cat Simba, now about 3 years or 4 years ago. And that very traumatic moment at night when I was sound asleep, and yet something in this universe, the fabric, the cosmic fabric, we awake in the cat yoga, looking at an hole in front of me, right at the bed head was, and oval was my cat I had buried a few hours earlier, saying, "Where did you go?" He was in my arms one moment, vibrant, even though he was so ill, and then a shot. And then, where does that life essence go? And come back, as if to answer when I cried out in the vet's office, "Where did you go?" And then he was in this, and the oval had some kind of structure, and it went in, and I could see it. And then I literally jumped in the dark to grab my cat. And I could not interact, but I tried. And then it just faded out, and it was as if the essence of all that Simba had been in that life with me was in that cosmic fabric now, that had the ability apparently to come back for a brief period in time, not solid matter, but looking like solid matter, and something that looked like a portal. How many of you have had similar life from all of your lives? And it is now as if hard news physics is treading right up to exactly these kinds of experiences. And that Professor Esch is saying, in the context of his knowledge about other life, isn't all that we had joy, had despair, had the whole bell-shaped curve of all in a Homo sapien sapien body on Earth, that it all could go into the cosmic fabric in a way that has been incomprehensible to us, but that these events, these interfaces, throughout thousands of years, the humans have described, there is some kind of relationship between what we would call the fiber, the fabric of this universe. And there is that amazing title in the Hag-Namadhi. A thought that dwells in the light, and that the light at the final end of everything, the photons are what maintain and create the cosmic fabric. And somehow I feel that when I'm interacting with the sun in meditation, that there is something about always choosing to interface with the light on a regular basis that innervates and sustains, and that may be part of the evolution of humanity. Right now, we are at a crucial crossroads. Pray. We're going to go the direction of beginning to understand cosmic fabric, which involves energy, dark matter, the whole issue of the thought that dwells in the light, and then Buddy Bolton's doing remote viewing for me about that phrase, the cold, dark sea, that would surround all of the universe says, plural. I would love to sit down with Professor Esch, talk to him. And I have, in my discussions with the reporter, Renard, we are going to see if something like that would be possible. And if so, I would share it with you here. I find this to be one of the most interesting kind of confluence of hard physics that is leading to the cosmic fabric. So I hope that sharing this tonight at this particular season will help some of you who might be ill, who might have people in your family who are ill. This is a time where feeling good is rare for so many people, that I hope that we are going to find 2021 to start moving us out of the intersection and in a direction that will be so much more positive. And that I truly enjoy doing this work with Renan, and hope that there will be much more that will unfold, and that I hope you will let me know if you also find this step toward our universe being something like a cosmic fabric in which every single morsel of experience, of trillions of galaxies, quadrillions of solar systems, that it all actually is absorbed and processed in something that is incomprehensible to us, but that we and our souls contribute to. I find it exciting. I hope you do too. And before we go to questions, I wanted to see if anybody in the audience right now might know about what I just received in an email today. It is from a woman in Norway, and she said, today in a Spanish YouTube channel, there was an interview with a Spanish lady who has been living for several years with her family in Norway. She reported that the Norwegian government has issued to all citizens asking them to prepare for an emergency, and they want all citizens to make sure that they have food, iodine, batteries, toiletries, and other items. They have asked for, and the they, implication is the government, they have asked for supplies to last for 3 days. The nature of the emergency is not specified. I thought that you might be interested in finding out what seems to be the problem. Now, the first thing I did was go into the computer and do a series of searches to see if I could find out anything happening in Norway. I couldn't find anything that would match this, and so I did that I would throw it out to any of you in Norway. Is there some kind of federal emergency, maybe a dry run? Is something going on experimentally? I would like to know if, in fact, there is a government request for citizens in Norway to get 3 issues of medicine and food and for what? What, if any of this matches anything that any of you know, please email me at file. In this time where every 24-hour cycle in news, we do not know what to expect in so many different directions. Who knows? Maybe something is going on internally in Norway. I would like to know, and if any of you do.
Homeboy, who's the best Viking? Best in the fucking Vikings. Well, homeboy, who's the best Viking? Best in the fucking world. 6'5".
Happy holidays to everybody.
No. That's old school. Yeah, he's Swedish. What are you talking about? Oh, dude. He's 6'5". He's actually 6'6" tall. They say 6'5". Yeah, either way, big cat. I mean, a lake cat. Compare them to chicken. He's a kangaroo. And Kane's 6'2". Oh, no, don't kid yourself. All of those guys, if you look at most of those guys now, they're all over 6 feet. 6'2". I mean, average height 6 foot. Yeah, you know. That's because you're still not short, even for the big team in a lot of the countries. But my point is, there's not like some big athletic freaks. Like, there are two sports: is soccer and boxing. And then baseball's a third. Baseball's third. But on the world stage, Vikings. Homeboy is the best Viking. Best in the fucking world. 6'5". It's not done. No. That's old school. Yeah, he's Swedish. Haglund. Oh, dude. He's 6'5". He's actually 6'6" tall. They say 6'5". Yeah, but either way, big cat. I mean, a lake cat. He's a kangaroo. And Kane's 6'2". It's like, oh, no, don't kid yourself. All of those guys, if you look at most of those guys now, they're all over 6 feet. 6'2". I mean, average height 6 foot. Yeah, you know. Well, that's because you still got short people for the big team in a lot of the countries. But my point is, there's not like some big athletic freaks. Like, there are two sports: is soccer and boxing. Yeah. And baseball's a third. Yeah, but on the world stage, Vikings. Homeboy, who's the best Viking? Best in the fucking world. 6'5". No. That's old school. Yeah, he's Swedish. What are you talking about? Haglund. Oh, dude. He's 6'5". He's actually 6'6" tall. They say 6'5". Yeah, either way, big cat. I mean, a lake.
On Mars. And where John Brandenburg, a nuclear physicist, starts is with a hypothesis that the radioactivity that was measured by Viking 76 that had to do an atomic explosion. And you were looking at the various radioactive particles that give you an insight into what kind, size, where. That John hypothesizes that it was a hydrogen bomb, and that the hydrogen bomb on Mars was exploded up in the atmosphere on purpose in order to have a crushing compression wave on top of and combined with the radioactivity and flattened or destroyed a lot of what was in the northern hemisphere in that area called Cydonia. The reason I'm giving you that background is that he was invited to talk about exactly that at a NASA conference in September of 2019. So it is not like way outside of what mainstream scientists are either interested in or willing to consider. Because true, who was on Mars that would have been killed by such an act? Who would have been the perpetrator of the large hydrogen bomb? And if the perpetrators of killing one civilization on Mars are the ones that came to Earth, then there may not be cross-pollination, so to speak, about the progenitors that were on Mars and what happened on Earth. And what I mean is, John Brandenburg
And about Taylor Swift's wedding?
story.
Kelsey, and you're excited about Taylor Swift's wedding? When something happened with you, like if something like maybe you got engaged, okay?
Actually came from Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 that
My wife, and she found out. She goes, "How in the world?
Saw the map.
You guys are so close. How does that not?" I was like, "But I don't, because he doesn't
Where they
care."
did a painstaking, glorious map of yellow signs and various things in the neighborhood.
I didn't go to your wedding.
And came up with 37
to my wedding. Hey, didn't even
light years.
But what is it? I didn't think I'd Malibu is solid, and I had to do the solid, and didn't even let you know about it because I didn't want you to feel obligated to go. I think I had some that day. You had something that day, did you? Oh, I know. Nothing. Yeah, and do you think, if you told me you had something that day, and I felt like you didn't, you're like, I wouldn't care. Of course not. I wouldn't be all insulted. I'd be like, because you would have had to drive. It's also not about you. It's for your what? Right. Weddings are for the girl.
Took her to
I went to the wedding of Babs Kelsey, and you're excited about Taylor Swift's wedding?
And showed her like a hologram, dimensional hologram of stars. And he said, "This is where we come from." And she said, ask a question. He said, "Do you know where you come from?" And she said, "No." And he said, "Well then, basically, we can't have much of a discussion about where we are in relationship to you." And that seemed to pretty much sum up most of humanity's thoughts and relationship to life in the universe coming into our solar system and interacting with any of the planetary or moon bodies in our solar system. Earth. We are provincial. We of our relationship to the Earth. So John Brandenburg's book and presentation to NASA, bringing up Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 also as a possible source of something going on between that part of, say, our local neighborhood. There's like 19 yellow sequence stars like ours, sort of like this garden, this little arm in the Milky Way galaxy. And that allegedly, depending upon various translations, interpretations, whether it's John Brandenburg's physics or somebody doing scholarly work, there is a kind of, we'll say, growing story that there were at least two planets in the Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 system. Zeta Reticuli 1 is one sun, Zeta Reticuli 2 is another sun, so it's a binary star system. And the way it's been described by some abductees who have been exposed to this, say, think of an egg beater. When you do an egg beater, and you have this kind of motion, something like that is going on in this binary system, and that two of the planets had life and they didn't get along, and that one of them left and went to Mars, or ended up on Mars, and that whatever had happened in the Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 system is responsible for what happened on Mars. And I know this is a kind of a leap of faith to just have this discussion without hard physical evidentiary material, but John Brandenburg, as a nuclear physicist, looking at xenon 129 and other ingredients on Mars, has come to the conclusion and written this book that there was a hydrogen bomb explosion on Mars here, and that part is down to the comparison that what Viking's measurements of xenon 120 Mars was 2 point xenon 129 on Earth in 1945 after 3 atomic bombs and the 2 at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Now, the Anunnaki side of this is anything like what has been written in history. They also had some vested stake in Mars before they got to Earth, and that the Anunnaki were geneticists, and that they came through Mars from someplace else, and they ultimately got to Earth. And then they did a whole lot of genetic manipulation according to cuneiform and translations that was one of their, I guess you would say, one of their main goals being here had something to do with genetic creations. Now, I've been exposed on April 9th, 1983 at Kirtland Air Force Base here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, to an alleged briefing paper for a president of the United States that said extraterrestrial biological entities manipulated DNA in already evolving primates to create Homo sapiens sapiens. This model. Before this model was Neanderthal. Keep going back, Denisova, go back and back 2 million years, you get to Homo erectus standing up in Africa for the first time. In the work that I have been able to get translated to English so far from Professor Heim, his work, he goes into the issue to some degree manipulation also of life in the solar system by advanced intelligences. So, what would be the truth? That's what I definitely would like to know. What is the whole truth, the real truth, about the relationship between other intelligences coming into this solar system scads of years? If that DIA man who talked to me back in December 1999 was correct, that our government has proof that 3 competing ET civilizations have been using Earth as a laboratory for at least 270 million years. That time scale is so big, beyond Homo erectus not standing up in Africa until 2 million years ago, that you begin to see that our solar system could have had many civilizations from many, many places. We humans can only know what we have in front of us, or what we dig up from our Earth, or from non-humans who have come, landed, had straight-to-straight, face-to-face communication with the so-called power brokers and leaders of this planet. And if the Israeli physicist is correct, that it is the non-humans who have been in control of the secrecy. It's kind of upside down from the idea that human military and intel have been the heavies, keeping all of the rest of humanity in the dark. This is kind of a different angle, that it is the non-humans, the extraterrestrial biological entities, who are saying we are not ready to know the truth. And therefore, they have insisted on secrecy. Again, I mean, I would wager that Professor Ished is correct and knows a great deal, as well as others that I have talked to, who seem to know also a great deal about different extraterrestrial intelligences, and especially the reliance on artificial intelligence for so much of it. That the craft are AI and do not need organic pilots. That there are so many different AI, as in one abduction case that I recall, when they were asked something about, do you, it had to do with animal mutilations. They were talking to a gray in an abduction. Are you the ones that are mutilating the animals on this planet? And telepathically they got an answer back from a gray non-human being in front of them. Well, you have to understand, when you reach a certain point of advanced development, you make artificial intelligence to do that kind of work. Like, no, I, tall gray, tall white, tall blonde, we don't go out and mess with your animals. We make artificial intelligence that does our bidding in any solar system or even another galaxy that we want it. And I don't think that humanity has been conditioned to even speculate or even contemplate that might have been interacting with this planet for so long. In the so-called UFO, UAP category could be artificial intelligence. That's how craft that are organic or like a life form, this is how they can go thousands of miles an hour and stop. Do 90-degree turns. They don't have any organic life. Just trying to sustain inertial forces. The craft is the life form visiting Earth. So this is another one of those many, many, many faceted pieces that I'm trying to help expose you as an audience around the world, that there are so many pieces that we've all been denied. And I have learned at least some of what I think everybody should know. And so this is another one of those multifaceted answers, Peggy. But I think it was important to try to answer that question with some complexity so that people begin to understand how much is already known, how complex the distribution of consciousness is, and that when Professor Shedd tells the reporter that at the moment of death, the experiences and the part of you that are not organic recycle back into the cosmic fabric that keeps extending infinitely with all that we are, with all that we have experienced, toward some infinite landscape that we can't understand. But every single one of you is contributing. What about the next question?
One of the viewers was just wondering, if the government knows about aliens, then why do you think they have two parallel space programs? And then why would they allow Elon Musk to build a private third space program?
Well, Professor Shedd told Renan, the reporter, that he Professor Shedd, had met with Elon Musk. And as far as I can tell, Elon Musk is the one who is going to be depended upon by the United States to try to launch in 2024. And this is now, it's like trying to find sentences to talk about what I think is the reality. None of us have the secret, open classified documents about what is really going on. But I think the United States is depending upon SpaceX and Elon Musk, and have been for a long time, to launch, to get to Mars, where that lava tube base, deep underground on Mars, has existed in collaboration with other intelligent that are not human since at least 1972. I think that is an honest statement. And then it means that Elon Musk would have the mission of trying to paper the huge disconnect on Earth from 72 to 2024, that we have meetings, we have missions, we already are working with ETs in this underground lava tube base on Mars. It's been going on for a long time. And somehow they have to join the future to the past to come up with a new present in which everybody begins to learn that, oh, we have a base on Mars. Oh, Elon Musk, he made it. That's probably what they hope the story would do. But before it launches, at all of the variants that are coming out, I personally think that Professor Eschet's account from Israel, the new book that is also provoked the newspaper story, I think it is one of the more important kind of handshake to the world from an acclaimed physicist who's 81 years old and said, I'm 81 and I have nothing to lose. We're already I don't know if any of you have been following some of this static that has been coming out of some of the Israeli military voices. But they are trying to say, yes, he is a great physicist, or electric, he's an aeronautical engineer. Yes, he is great. Yes, we honor what he did for our country. Yes. But he went too far in this. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the same old effort to cover up by government and political people who have kind of a knee-jerk reaction that they are expected to come up with a denial, a plausible denial to what they know is the truth, are the facts. This universe is teeming with consciousness. And why should humans be left out? Professor Eschet says it's because the advanced intelligences look at us as what I've said for a long time. We're babies. In many ways, Homo sapiens are babies. But we have good, strong souls. And we are worth protecting. I believe that to my core. Meaning, if you're advanced, really advanced, and you have some relationship with the cosmic fabric and with the thought that dwells in the light, then you would want to do everything you could to protect Homo sapiens sapien from itself. And I thought one of the best parts of what I've learned so far about Professor Eschet's knowledge about the advanced intelligences was his discussion with the Tel Aviv newspaper writer that they know, the advanced ones know, that we play around things like nuclear weapons, and some have been launched. or something has happened and the ETs, the ones that are really advanced and care about what happens to this laboratory planet, have interfered and stopped. And maybe we'll never know the whole truth. But I think that is, to me, the most positive, makes me feel happier and more relieved. If that is true, then it means in spite of our warring instincts that are juxtaposed with these wonderful souls, that there is something that understands us, sees us, knows our weaknesses, but wants Earth to survive, and has been helping humans. I don't understand why we can't all be told all of that, all at the same time, around this planet. I don't think humanity is going to fall down. That was one of the, I think, one of the important points that I made yesterday with the report. If the Homo sapien leaders and all of the nations of this planet have been meeting with advanced intelligences from other places in the universe for decades, they haven't fallen apart. They haven't gone screaming out into the streets. They've been making deals. We're in interstellar trade. The big gap is not letting the whole planet know. For sometimes maybe reasons that to me you see more to do with political power than what it seems humanity deserves, which is straightforward, honest talk, explanation of the whole world about the real truth of Earth's relationship what about one more?
A viewer would like to know. No. Who do you feel? Are the aliens who help? Who want to help us, and who are the ones that are here to harm us?
I have been praying that I would get some kind of hard evidence that I could report to all of you with confidence that I knew what the truth is. I think that the complexity of lies for the last 10,000 years at least, that the complexity of lies have been there to be self-serving politically, and that in that self-serving politic paradigm, this might be a friend to them, a particular political point of view. And this is for the humanity. And they might be in total contradiction, but this can be presented to us as an ally in order to preserve the human power broker self.
So, my dear friends worldwide, I received from you thousands of emails, WhatsApps, social media asking me the question, what happened to Chaim Eshed? Why did he disappear with such mind-blowing knowledge? I mean, the aliens federation. Chaim is here. He's my friend. And I posed this question to Chaim, and he will explain you why suddenly you didn't hear from him. Go ahead.
My understanding was that when the black man visited me, and when I say black man, it's those that I didn't know, couldn't find anywhere, and they came to my apartment, didn't know how they knew my address, and tried to inquire me on the edges of, let's say, nuclear physics and other things that they know. I had a past dealing with it, and I tried to say that I'm not going to involve with it until I'll make a confirmation with my Brother Uri Geller.
Just so they will understand your background, just give us 30 seconds of who you are and what background you come from.
Okay, from the special unit in the army, and there we had to find a solution that are unusual. We can penetrate places and make all kinds of that be able by anybody. Quantum, but other more advanced things. So, what I want to do solution with my friend Uri Geller and make the contact together. He has a better explanation to the world. I feel that I have a mission to come out when humanity is ready. And it's not yet. But the work that I do, besides being scientific, my reference are semi-scientific from many countries. And you cannot say exist.
Question.
Military army, brigadier general community on information and connected to the important unit that could say different
Methods.
Yeah.
Also, you all operation tell you both of us they do exist. The world is not ready for them. Some people around the world some people know about the Galactic Federation, and we're working on how to present them to the world. Again, it'll be like I said before, an atomic tsunami. The revelations come, and once the aliens will be there physically to touch, and hopefully they will gift us their knowledge and stop the wars around the world, eradicate nuclear bombs that are aiming to kill us all. So we're together. I love this man. He's
same.
Toda, and we love you all too. Thank you for listening to us.
How much class kids?
I just see if you have them and they're happy and they are eating a treat, you just pick them up and come up into your studio. And that is exactly what I did tonight.
So I'm Jeremy Corbell, and I've read your article the best I could, being translated from Hebrew.
Yeah, I hope they're going to have a better translation, like a professional translation later this week. So if there is one, I'm gonna mail it to you, okay?
That's great. Yeah. So I basically have 10 questions for you. I just want to start off just by if you can tell me your name and your occupation.
Okay, my name is Ranan. Ranan is my first name. Shakel is the last name. Ranan Shakel. I'm a writer for Yedioth Ahronoth Daily. The Yedioth Ahronoth is the biggest daily in Israel, and I mostly do magazine articles and features for the Weekend magazine, and some other stuff as well. That's my main thing.
You recently did an article with Professor Haim Eshed, and your story broke the internet. I mean, it received global exposure. Excerpts of your story, have been featured on CNN, NBC, Fox News, Forbes magazine, Vice, and even TMZ. Were you surprised by the global reaction to your recent article?
Yes, very much so. Usually articles that are published here don't get that much coverage from world media unless they have to do with security issues or that sort of stuff. But yeah, usually you would get coverage from Israeli press and so forth. But you don't get that much world coverage. So yeah, that was quite a surprise. Yeah, and actually I didn't think it was going to get all that because a lot was kind of interesting and thought-provoking. Speaking to Professor Eshed, I don't know what you to say. It was such a mind-blowing thing. I mean, heard about some of this phenomenon before. Read some articles or into ufology and sort of place. So he's just I guess a leading figure, a major figure here and possibly worldwide. So when it comes from him, possibly has some worry.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to talk with you about. I mean, your article was kind of chopped up and they took little quotes and made them the lead. But I was able to read the full story, which has a lot more context. So how you're showing that it wasn't as impressive to you, the stuff that's been covered, it shows the appetite of the global public about the UFO phenomenon at this time. But what you said is really critical. It's who is saying it. So can you tell me from an Israeli perspective or a global perspective about Professor Eshed, who he is, what he's done in his life, separate from all of this?
Basically, he's one of the figures in Israeli aviation.
Hi, Miss Chris. How are you?
Good, I didn't know. I was looking for a minute. I didn't know what you're doing. You're looking at the podcast. I didn't know interrupting.
You're okay. I did one this morning. I've got one tomorrow, and I've got one Saturday, and I'm really excited. So, yeah, the one today went well. Thankfully, I'm happy with it. How was your day?
Good. Got to talk to Stacey. Got to hear her voice. I had told her I wanted to hear her voice. So, yeah. She's taking it one day at a time. So, yeah.
Okay. No updates, right?
Huh?
No updates on the.
Updates, but she said that somebody hit her. She don't know the email, but she said she did. She said she waited on the people who she interviewed with. She's she did a job fair, and she said she interviewed her with the United States Postal Service, and she said she's going to check back with my job or whatnot, and she's just taking it one day at a time.
That's all you can do, right?
Yeah, that's all you can do. So.
Okie doke.
So I just want to hear her voice. I haven't talked to her in a minute, so.
Okie doke.
So I said, I ain't talked to you since the wedding. She said, yes, I wanted to talk to hear her voice. That's all I wanted to do, hear her voice. To let her know that I'm here praying for her. I told her, too, I told Adrian about, when she wanted to go to church, I said, well, she said that, when there's they have another opportunity or whatever, somebody family friends or whatnot, said I was going to let her know about it, because I know she got her number, but I would let her know, more than welcome to come, worship with us.
All right. Was she open to that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was. She said, okay. She said, yeah. So, Agent has another one. She can just put it out there for
All right.
something like that.
Did she talk about married life?
Yeah, she said it's good. She loves us all. I said, how is the marriage? Like, she said, I said, yeah, she said, I love it. I said, I know that's right. Good man. She said that he is. I said, yes, he is. She said, yeah, I love it. I said,
All right, that's good. That's really good. If they can get through this, they can get through anything.
right. So,
This is like when a football team is like practicing really hard before the season, and then they get into the season and everything's much.
Yeah, she got two cousins who got married. The one that she couldn't go to, she told me about that. It was overwhelming. She said she heard it was overwhelmed. They had about, not her wedding, but her cousin had 128. So she had another cousin who came to her wedding. Her name was Justice. So Morning is her other cousin. So Morning had her wedding on May 23rd. She couldn't make that because it was overwhelming. It was too many people. So, Justice was crying or something. So she was like, well, can you just invite us too? So she said she started breaking down. She was like, oh no. So she was like, well, can you have more, seat of two? So she said that they went the next day, a day trip to go to Texas to see Justice's wedding. I said, good. So, yep, she had two people that got married, but she couldn't go to one. So there was two overwhelmed. She said that lady had 120, 100, her cousin had 128 at that wedding. So she said that was too much. She said people was sitting chairs and everything. So she went to her other cousin's wedding.
Okay.
Yeah. So, right then, y'all married people.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then I guess that's that, right?
Yeah. So just keep reading your prayers. That's all. Keep you updated on anything,
Most certainly.
So,
All right. Well,
yeah.
frankly, the big thing is not the job. The big thing is the wedding and that the marriage is okay. And it seems like it is.
Oh, yeah, marriage gonna be good. Yeah.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr.
Marriage
Curtis.
gonna be good. And I'm happy for her, So I'm always here for her. And so to keep me updated.
100%. 100%.
Her mother-in-law, I think her mother-in-law and everybody else is going to be somewhere, somebody's house. Somebody else, she said they have something. There's the cousins having something, so she's gonna have a busy, long, big day on Saturday. But also, what else she said? She told me a lot. I just, oh Lord, it just tells me a lot. She was just saying that she's doing well. She what else did she tell me? I don't know. She said a lot. It's just, I'm just happy to get to hear her voice. That's all. It's good to hear her voice. I'm just glad to hear her voice. So I told her, okay, I'm just going to hear her voice. That's all I wanted to do. She seems like she's good. She's taking it in. She's doing one day a day. She seems like she's doing pretty good. She just, just taking it in, just taking it one day at a time. I'm happy for her. That's all you can do.
That is all you
I told her, yeah, one door closes, another one opens.
That's right.
It's a blessing that's coming for extended. Just keep believing and keep praying. That's what I'm doing, So yeah, her mom was there in town and stuff for this event they got doing this weekend. So yeah, she just got a lot of people that's there for her, supporting her. Her husband, her mother-in-law. Also, her mother-in-law, she said that the pictures, they still went on the pictures. Well, her mother-in-law had some wedding pictures and stuff. She said, well, I know you didn't want no pictures or videos, but she gave her. So she said, that's fine. So she said, thank you for that. So she sent her some pictures. So I'm happy for that. So yeah, they're still waiting on the thing. She said the photographer went out of the country or some stuff like that. So she said they're still waiting on the pictures.
All right. And could she elaborate on what happened with Delta?
Good Lord. She said something about that she went to, where did she go? She said she just was trying to get her, I think she went back to work. She said she had left her bag, but she said she think it's something else going with it. And I said, that's what I thought, Stacey. I said, when you said that, I said, because you always get on time and you never miss a day. She said she left her bag and she was like, whatever. She said, but there'd be a lot going on there at the airport because that's a busy airport. And that airport is 24/7. So it's overwhelming. She said that you have to get on the shuttle. If you miss the shuttle, that's it. You have to wait for another one. Then you have to go get to your station. That's another thing. It's just a lot going on there. She said she was just, when she had just got back, she said she was just getting used to her schedule. She said they had did it and she just getting used to her schedule again. Like, oh my God. So it was a lot going on. She said that she believed there is a lot. She said she thinks it's other things going on with that situation. I said, yeah, because she said she had another coworker that had medical issues and they didn't approve of that. She said she don't know if he resigned or quit or they let her know she don't know. So she said that she believed that it's other things that's going on. I said the same thing when you gave me that information. I said, yep. I said the same thing, Stacey. I said there's some other stuff going on because they let these people in. They steady be hiring, but then it's hard to get them to get in. Like it's hard for you to get in the Delta. My cousin was trying to do flight attendant and she never could get in there. It's hard to get in the Delta. But then y'all soon let people go for certain stuff. So yeah, something don't add up. Something don't add up and I told her, don't even worry about it no more. She said, yeah. She said, God might want me to just find someone else. He might want me to just be at the airport. And I was like, well, you don't have to talk no more about it if you don't want to. She said, no, I'm fine. I said, okay. Yeah, she said, God might don't want her to be at the airport no more. She said, it's very overwhelming there. And I don't blame you. You have to find parking. You got to get a shuttle. If you miss that shuttle, that's it. Then you got to go find get to your station. She said, it's just overwhelming. She said she had lost the badge. She said she lost the badge. When she got her badge, she got that, and then that's when they wanted to talk to her or whatnot. Because she was late, and they wanted to talk to her. But it ain't got nothing to do with that lateness. It's something else. I don't care what it is. It's something else.
Okay.
Something else.
Glad to hear that she's doing well.
Yeah, something else. But she was telling me it's overwhelming. And that bidding thing, they understand seniority, and that new people that is seniority at top. But my thing is, I don't care if you do the bad. I mean, this girl goes to work every day, all day. I said, Stacey, I already know. I said, the only time you do go, you put in your hours. You put in or you swap with somebody. I said, you just don't be late or be missing your days. You don't do that. So it's more to that situation. Because she lost her badge and then next thing you know, she go back and she's late. And here y'all want to talk to her and let her know y'all terminate her. No, don't do nothing like that. You don't do nothing like that. So there's something else to that, Rabbi. It's something. What you think?
I really don't know enough about the situation, but they don't terminate you if you're just late. So, for one time or whatever.
It's some other thing. It's something else. Attendance. So she said she believed it's something else. I said, yeah. Because she said that her other coworker, he had medical things. And she don't know they resigned. They want to prove for it something. She said she don't know if he resigned or quit or let go. She don't know about that part. But then she lost her badge. She left her badge at home or whatever. She said she didn't have it. She had got something about being late. But that's other stuff. Because that girl don't never be late. Like, then it's a shuttle and all this. She said it's just a lot. She said she just don't believe that, they will let her go just for that. You know, she said it's just other stuff. She said she believes other things into Delta. That I strongly believe that. I strongly because Delta, I don't heard stories, and I'm just saying I don't heard stories, and it just Delta like they just be hard. Everybody, it be hard to get in Delta. I'm trying to figure out why is it so hard to get into Delta. Then you know y'all want to have these job fairs, and it's hard to get in. Then you want to let people go, and then it's hard to get in. It's just hard to get in Delta, but I do so believe, everybody, that is other things that's going on with that. But I told her don't worry about it. God may, like you said, God may want her to leave that airport. You know? And I said, well, one door closes, another door opens.
That's absolutely right.
I believe better. Yep. I sure strongly believe that. Yeah, she said that she had left her bag. She left the bag and stuff like that, but because she said it was the wedding or something, after the wedding or something she was going to work like a few days after the wedding or something like that. Or something. And it don't add up. Stuff don't add up. And that girl does not never be on no attendance. That girl shows up. Because she left her badge or some other stuff y'all want to let people go because of that. No. It's something else. Why should you think, brother? I think there's something else to that.
Yeah, we don't have all the information, so there's likely something else going on that we don't even know.
Right. And she don't even know. You see what I'm saying? She don't even know.
Right.
That's why I'm telling you. Yeah, she don't even know.
Okie dokie. Well, I've sent you an invite when you're ready.
I'm already playing. Come on, Rabbi.
Okay.
Yes. Yep. Go, Rabbi, go. Get it. Strike.
No
Yay.
doubt. No doubt. What did you get? A strike or a spare? You got a spare.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah. Yep. So I don't know. I said that when she first texted me that. I said something does not seem right. This girl don't never ever know. So I said, Stacey, how long you been there? She said she's been there for 5 years. She's been there for 5 years.
Wow.
Yep. It doesn't add right. Something doesn't. There's something other to that. She said she believes somebody else that said something. I said, yeah, they probably have. They don't want to see her shine there at the airport. That's what that is. That girl is always there. Always there. And she don't put them days in. But she said, yeah, I had left my badge at home. And, you know, it's a lot there at the airport. Because you have to get shuttled. You have to get a shuttle and all that and go to your station. It's a lot. It is. It's a lot. Something don't add right. The station will never be. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
But hey, we ain't gonna worry about that no more. We want her to get a even better job, you know?
That's right.
With a good schedule. Yeah, my best friend like that. What's wrong with y'all? I told Stacey, I said, Stacey, you should have. She was like, everybody was shocked. The people, she said, people do, and she said, just tell them. They just let it go. They just let me go. That's what she said she was going to tell people. People still a shocked. I said, yeah, girl. I said, when you sent me that, I thought y'all came back from the honeymoon. But when I was kid you not. I was at work on my lunch break, and when I seen that, thank you, and when I seen that, I'm like, no. I said, girl, everybody looking at me like, are you okay? I told them no. I said, no. I said, my best friend just sent me a devastating text message. I'm not okay. I said, yeah, you'll be okay. She'll be okay. I said, yeah, but she's not right now.
Right.
I was like, you okay? I said, no, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. Respect. I'm not okay.
Thank you.
I was like, devastated. I said, you should have seen me at that job. I kid you not. When I seen that testament, I was like, no. I said, I'm not. I didn't say it too loud, but I said, it's loud enough for them to look at me like, you all right? I was like, no, I'm not all right.
You win, I win.
I'm not.
I win, you win. Reload.
Reload. Yeah, I know. So I'm just glad that she's good, in a good state of mind. She's looking for jobs, steady, and she's good. She's just taking it day by day, and I'm happy for her.
Absolutely. The post office would be great. The post office would be great.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. But she said she believes she ain't heard from me yet, so yeah. What was that? What she said? Oh no, she was getting her last was that interview was the courthouse, but she did put in for the USPS. But she said the last one, the interview was the courthouse. You know the interview I told you about she took? That's what it was, the courthouse. But she said she is waiting on that. She had put in the like a job fill for the United States Postal Service, I think. She said so. I pray that she gets a job. I don't care what job it is, whatever job she applied for, I want her to get it. And God got her. I'm gonna pray for her every day. A blessing's coming, so hey. Don't worry about that. I'm just shocked about that. It just don't make sense to me. Delta need to stop that. Yeah. So just continue to pray for her, Rabbi.
Okay.
Because I did not ask, she told me. So I said, yeah, I wasn't going to ask if you told me yes, let her tell you. So I was going to wait till you told me. I wasn't going to say nothing.
She definitely
I just wanted to hear your voice. I just wanted to hear her voice, and I did.
Well, that's good.
See how her mental is, that's all. She's doing good. I said, well, just keep me updated, love. Just keep me updated. And she's loving the man. I said, yeah, he is a good man, girl. But you had a good day, though? Your podcast went well, you said?
It did, and then I got 2 follow-ups that I've got one tomorrow. Then I've got a big one on Saturday. And I spent I slept because, of course, when I have a podcast, all I do is think about it, and I can't sleep really well because I'm a really deep sleeper. Oh, come on. And I'm always afraid I'm going to oversleep for everything. Right? And so I just... I just stayed up all night and then slept during the day a little bit just so I'd be able to sleep tonight. So, but hopefully these podcasts go well. If they do,
when's your next one?
Tomorrow at 4:30 my time, 7:30 your time. Yeah.
Tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated in friendship.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, all right. Well, it's tomorrow, so you're going to pray that you get some sleep tonight, okay?
God willing, I think I'll be able to.
Okay. Because I know you're tired from that other podcast.
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. You're going to lay down. You're going to study some more on the computer?
I'm going to lie down, I think, in a little bit.
Okay. Just keep praying for Stacy, okay? that
Yes,
she getting
ma'am.
her job. Because I know she is.
She'll get it.
Yes, she will. And she got to check on my other job, too. So. We don't worry about that airport no more. That's just shocking, though.
Right.
All right, then, Rabbi. I'll be back on my other one when I go to bed, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Take care. Bye-bye.
He has been for years. He's 81 years old now, and he's not even retired. I mean, he still works for some establishments, I think. But what he's best known for is his work in kind of inventing and putting together the first Israeli satellite back in the 80s. Which was a big deal because Israel was at the time, and it still is, but it's not a major player in any of these fields. And we were actually the second country, I think, globally to launch a satellite. So that was a big thing back in the 80s. And then he was also, he was for like 29 years, I think, the head of the Israeli space agency. And he actually started it and he led it for almost 3 decades. So yeah, he's a major figure. And he won a couple of prizes, like prizes for stuff that he did here that weren't even published. I mean, it's still being censored. I mean, it was published that he won the awards, but they couldn't publish what it was for, like national security type of thing. So yeah, he's very he's a senior character.
Yeah, so I've got 5 bullet points of his career that are public. He's a retired brigadier general in the Israeli forces, former director of the space programs, as you mentioned, for the Israeli Ministry of Defense for 30 years. He was an officer in the Israeli military intelligence, and he served in a very secret unit, Unit 81, serving the defense forces. Throughout his career, as you've mentioned, he received the Israel Defense Prize 3 times, the nature of which is classified why he won that prize. And a couple other things. I mean, he's also a professor at the Asher Space Research Institute, holds a bachelor's degree in electronics and engineering, a master's degree, a doctorate in aeronautical engineering. He's been described in Euromedia as the father of the Israeli satellite program. So by all means, this gentleman is credible when it comes to space and space aviation. So, did you find him credible as a human being, sitting in that room with him or interviewing him? Did you find him credible?
Very much so. You know, as I was mentioning, he's not very young, but he's very, he's totally there. He's very well educated about everything he speaks about, I mean, as far as I can tell. And he's very energetic. Sometimes he would want to, he would jump from one point to another just because he wanted to say so much about so many things. But other than that, he's very much, he was there. He was an excellent interview.
Did you know what he was going to talk about? Did you know he was going to talk about UFOs and aliens before you went in to interview this exceptional individual?
I kind of think, the reason we met was his book. He published a book about his, basically an autobiography. And most of the book, like 2/3 of the book, aren't about ufology. It's about his life and his career and you described it and some other stuff. But the last part of his book, maybe quarter of the book, is about ufology and findings from the last decade or so. Obviously, we were very much interested in that. And I thought he was gonna, I know how willing he would be to discuss that. And I was surprised to find out that he was very much interested. Actually, before I even brought the subject up, I thought, first talk about his career and various endeavors. But no, almost as soon as we started talking, he brought that up and he said, he wanted to talk about it. That's what he was most excited about. So yeah, so we devoted a large part of the conversation to that.
Yeah, there's a new wave of military acknowledgement about the UFO presence and the UFO mystery. UFO Hill, the famous Tic Tac off the coast of California. Commander David Fravor is another story I reported on. He's the fighter pilot that Chavo. So our state's government kind of slow to the game, committing and providing evidence and proof and saying we have active programs to study this. But some are claiming your article was a sort of exaggeration, it was a sort of publicity stunt for Professor Shed's book.
He did do the interview to promote his book, otherwise I don't want to do anything at this time. That's very common. Usually, his stature would, give an interview for a reason. And I don't think he was up to any publicity. He's not that type of person. He's a science person.
He's a serious man.
I don't think he's very knowledgeable about, media and this distance and all that stuff. He's just doing what his PR person told me he needs to do, and that was to grant an interview. That's all. But you should always consider that the interest in that subject always rises at various growing distrust in this kind of governments and media, and we've seen that back in the 90s, and we when the internet was being, we see it now, like right now with all the fake news and social media stuff, people are gradually growing impatient. They don't trust anymore the regular media and the government and establishment. And so ufology comes back to and it's being discussed more heavily. I remember, ways that we had, but the X-Files was broadcast in the 90s. So I would suggest, discussing it, of course, and the government have. But you know, keeping as far as I'm concerned, I never come across
Seeker is the finder. People need to dedicate to getting to the bottom of this complex, woven mystery of what are UFOs? Are they machines? Is the